what are we doing?
We're reiterating the weather given. Parts of Britain faced winds gusting at 65 miles an hour today as the remnants of Hurricane Lorenzo passed over the country, which meant that we got 2 inches of rain in as little as 6 hours. And 2 inches in the metric system is a royale with cheese. Showers will fall across the country over the weekend, north, south, east and west. Here, there and everywhere, baby. But especially east. The Met Office issued an 18-hour severe rain warning for eastern Britain and Scotland. They said,
"Warning, warning."
And while Glasgow is not on the east coast, not last time I looked, you can bet that Glasgow will be soaking. I can check on that while you wait. Well, let's see. It's raining tonight and raining tomorrow. This is Glasgow. So, raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and raining next Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining next Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and every single day up until the 17th of the month. Why does it always rain on me? It's the mountains and the prevailing wind. I think you'll find that is actually right. Every now and again I get something right, eh?
Affirmative.
Experts say that spray and flooding on roads will increase journey times for drivers, but not if they pick up speed, undertake and tailgate the car in front to make them go faster. These people are called Audi drivers. Train services could be affected, they said. Flooding of some homes and businesses are likely. Blimey, this whole country falls flat on its face at the merest hint of inclement weather, just like it did yesterday, when a few Belgian football fans went ape in London. Every single train going in or out was cancelled. On the rain thing, you'd think we'd be able to deal with a bit of rain. It's not like it doesn't ever rain here, crying out loud. The Environment Agency has imposed 21 flood alerts and 5 alerts. I don't know what that means. What's like a general alert? They released a statement. It said, I knew it was coming and it still made me laugh. The Royal National Lifeboat Institute said that they are concerned that many people will be lining quaysides and cliff tops to take selfies.
Oh, no.
Yes. And with the imminent risk of death if you get swept into the sea in the process. Of taking your perfected pout look. How can people not realise how stupid they look? Every single person who has ever had a picture accompany a news article in the Mail about some ne'er-do-well, it's always got the same look on. Like they've been standing in front of a mirror for about 15 hours a day perfecting their pout. No, not that angle, this angle. No, not that angle, this angle. What if I stick my tongue out? People used to read books. Hell, people used to write books. But now you're just trying to perfect your latest selfie to stick it up the internet. Because I want to be famous. So the Royal National Lifeboat Institute, this is a pretty position we find ourselves in, that the RNLI is telling people, don't be stupid. Get away from the edge of the cliff, you morons. Well, it's dramatic, innit, with the waves behind me. Oh, people will love this on the internet. I'll just stand here for 4 hours taking a picture of my face. I know I've said this before, but when people used to go on holiday, they used to come back and entertain people with their holiday pictures. And by entertain, I mean...
Boring!
Yeah, it was a little bit dull. But it would be things like, here's a picture of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, and here's a picture of wildebeests sweeping majestically across the plain. But these days, people say, oh, here's a picture of me, and here's a picture of me, and here's a picture of me, and oh, look, it's a picture of me. So the RNLI actually, presumably this is because they have been called out to rescue morons who've fallen into the sea trying to take their perfect facial pic. And they said, don't do it, it ain't worth it. And people responded by saying, oh, yes, it is. I will risk my life for a like from someone I don't I don't know on the internet. It's more important than life itself. Officials are urging people to stay well away from the edges of cliffs, piers, harbour walls and promenades. They want people to be sensible. Good luck with that. And would you like to know the long-range weather forecast, by the way?
No.
Well, the outlook from Sunday to Tuesday is rain and showers, some heavy. Heavy as in...
Yowza.
Yeah. And from Tuesday the 8th of October to Thursday the 17th. Holy moly. You see that written down? It's practically Christmas. Tuesday the 8th, windy, sunshine and showers, hail and thunder. It's like 4 seasons in a day. Unsettled for the rest of that week. Temperatures are around average for the time of year, which doesn't sound that great. Drier spells may develop in the south and the east. So, like those people that do the weather on the TV, they say, so you want to go to, the east for the good weather. So people are just going to move house, depending on what the weather's going to be like at the weekend. And for the rest of this month, into the 1st of November, signs for a drier, brighter and more settled spell during the middle of the month. Temperatures are likely to be near or a touch above average for October. Above average? We'll take it. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Here's a suspiciously keen caller in Barnet. Chris.
Hi, Nick.
Chris.
And I haven't listened to you since when you were in the days of the other big radio station of London. But
well,
that's a long time ago.
I guess so.
It looks like you're doing sort of humour. Are you doing...
A sort of humour?
Yeah.
Oh, you're treading on rocky ground here, Chris. You can redeem yourself inside the next 5 seconds. Go ahead, try me. Oh, I'm sorry, time's up. 0345 6060 973. If you come to my house and you start with an insult, you ain't getting in. I mean, is that unclear to anybody? Is that unclear to you?
Perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear to him. I suppose you're doing a sort of comedy. Yeah, I've called, so I'm going to take over your show. I'll just flick you away for a moment, and it's all about me now. Yeah, better luck next time, Chris. Boris Johnson has been given 1 week to improve his Brexit offer to the EU. Boris has 7 days to save the world.
Oh, no.
He's expected to visit with a number of his European counterparts at the start of next week, none of whom want to see him. Hang on, I'm going to cough. I can't believe that anybody has actually agreed to see him. Why would they? God, the grief that we have given them. I'm amazed they haven't chucked us out yet. Never mind about us desperately trying to get a deal. Why haven't they just shown us the door yet? Boris Johnson's got 7 days to save the world, and it was priceless. He said, right, here's my plan. Poor, here we go. Eurydice and Theseus never saw such a plan. Poor. And this, by the way, is my first plan and my last plan. This is my first offer, which is also coincidentally my last offer. Take it or leave it. And Europe said, well, no, do better. Boris said, I'll give you 3 weeks. That's my deadline. And Europe said, well, we'll give you 1 week to get a better plan. How does that suit? He's expected to visit with a number of his European counterparts at the start of next week in a bid to persuade them to back his final offer, which, like I said, was coincidentally his first offer. Your first offer is your final offer. And that offer is, basically, give me everything I want or I'll kill us all. Great negotiating, Boris. Initial noises from the EU have not been good for number 10. Well, as you would expect. First they said, no. And then they said,
No.
European ambassadors have reportedly set October the 11th as a cut-off date for Bozo to make his plan more palatable. Or they'll sling us out. They'll have us marched out like that poor woman was marched out by Dominic Cummings' henchman. Well, it was actually the police, wasn't it? Why were the police getting involved? If Dominic Cummings wants somebody chucked out of number 10, he should do it himself. Except he does look like the kind of person who would break into like a pencil, given the slightest resistance, don't he? So we've got 2 weeks before that big summit in Brussels on October the 17th. It's all coming to a head now. You know those flip-over dates in the newspapers? The Mail have been having one every day. So many days to go till Brexit. And for a while there, it looked like there were so many days that we could, any fool could fashion a success out of this situation. Look at the amount of days we've got left. But now it's just ticking over and we've got fewer and fewer. Can you believe it's October, by the way? I mean, I know time speeds up the older you get, but this is ridiculous. So Boris says it's his way or the highway. So we'd all better pack our bags because we're going hitching. We've got 2 weeks before the big summit meeting in Brussels on October the 17th. And that's the last summit they're going to have before the October the 31st departure date that Boris Johnson has written in blood. We gave them an ultimatum at the end of the month, and they said, we see your ultimatum and raise you one. How about you get your act together in 1 week? I am amazed they have put up with us for so long. I mean, people say, oh, well, the EU have been dragging their feet. You've got to be kidding me. The EU have been dragging their feet. You know, I know I've said this, but, you know, the news is just on repeat. The last time they gave us an extension, we said, thanks very much, we're all going on summer holidays. We'll see you in 7 weeks. Bye. Yeah, never mind about children in Scotland not getting the slap. I'm surprised that the European Union hasn't metaphorically yanked our shorts down and given us what for. I mean, it just shows how much the EU want to avoid destroying us all, that they've engaged with us and given us more time, and then more time, and then more time, like a kindly teacher would give a child who hasn't done their homework. But, you know, after a while, you need to get the cane out. Thank you, sir. May I have another? You know, and if Brussels rejects the plans, then the PM will be left with few options, which just might be the plan all along. Because it's the preferred outcome for those people who have bet against the pound. Like at the referendum, when those that were funding the campaign to leave were betting that it would be bad for the economy. I wonder if that's actually sunk in with a lot of people. The people that were funding the campaign for us to leave were also betting that to leave would destroy the pound. And they made hundreds of millions of pounds on that bet. How is that legal? I mean, it's not just me saying that, although I have been saying that for ages. And I don't like saying I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. Boris Johnson's own sister said this. She said he wanted hard Brexit to help city money men make a financial killing. You know, city money men. No! Yes, that's them. Rachel Johnson claimed that Boris was acting on behalf of vested financial interests who want to exploit Brexit to make money betting against Britain. Wow. She said her brother might have been backing people who have invested billions in shorting the pound or shorting the country. You want to make £100 million? Bet £1 billion that the pound will go down after we leave the EU. And it's not just me and her saying this. Former Chancellor Philip Hammond said Boris Johnson was backed by speculators who have bet billions on a hard Brexit and would benefit if the pound fell further. Which, if true, sounds like treason to me. In the battle between Boris and Rachel, I believe Johnson. How about you?
It's Nick Wright.
Phil in Durham said, and this is all in capital letters, like he's shouting at me. He says, does this Mark Abbott let Brexit... He spelled Abbott, by the way, correctly, which is very unusual. Does this Mark Abbott let Brexiteers onto his show? There's no question mark there, but I assume it's a question. Absolute one-sided bias, thanks. and the thanks is the only word in that that's not in capital letters. So it's like, yeah, thanks. Does this Mark Abbott let Brexiteers onto his show? Absolute one-sided bias. Thanks. Are you kidding me? I sit here and get yelled at by Brexiteers for 6 hours a week. They're the only people that get on this show. People queuing up to call me a moron. But thanks, Phil. And I mean that in lowercase. Thanks. William says, after the second lot of 2,500 Steve Allen tea towels were released this morning, did you manage to purchase one in time? I had no idea. I missed out again. They would have been, one of those would have been absolutely perfect for polishing up my knickknacks. This anonymous message says, we just want Nigel Farage's phone call. Which phone call?
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. Mm-hmm. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. And it completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm going to play that forever. It's the time. It's one of those things that will probably never get old because the timing is so exquisite. Laurel and Hardy could not have timed that better. Dowlin Hove says, I can't believe the pesky EU meanies won't give Boris everything he wants, and they're bleating on about minutiae like the integrity of the single market and avoiding civil war in Ireland. I mean, why can't they accept, we just want Brexit? Here is Todd. It's a place called Todd, and it's a person called Kath. Is that right?
Yeah.
Todd.
The reason why they don't want us to leave, because at the end of the day, they're going to lose a lot of money.
Who?
And they don't want Brexit to happen.
Who?
EU.
Oh, they're going to lose a lot of money.
At the end of the day, they will lose a lot of money, yeah, when there's no more money going in. If we got it right, in 2017, there was a contract signed that if we left without a deal, we didn't have to pay any money.
What contract?
And that would have kept us going until we got into the world's trading. But May decided, they can have the money.
Well, you've obviously done a lot of research,
let me tell you
Kath.
something else. I think this is what all these... Some people who don't want to leave, end of the day, they're scared of losing the free cars and the PIP and God knows what else. That's all it's boiling down to.
Free cars and
Why
PIP?
can't we not just leave? We don't... If they say we break contracts, well, what about them breaking contracts? They're breaking the biggest contract of all on the 2017.
They're breaking the biggest contract of all on the 2017.
Believe me, there was a contract signed.
Oh, well, I do believe you, Kathy.
Without a deal.
You
We
sound
didn't
like
have
an
to pay
expert.
a penny.
Yeah.
Are you for real or what, mate?
No, this is... I definitely hope this isn't real life for Kath. I really genuinely hope I'm hallucinating. How about you?
Oh, I'm not hallucinating. You check it up if you don't believe me.
I won't check it up.
Well, why not? You'll find out that it is actually true.
I don't give me homework on a Friday night, but miss...
It's not homework, it's the truth.
Oh, well, we're not interested in the truth, Kath.
Let me tell you something. All this Brexit stuff is driving people crazy.
Yeah,
and sometimes when I listen to you, I do
obviously.
actually quite like listening to you, but sometimes you just go on and you drive me crazy.
Yeah, well, I think that's the answer that we're looking for.
I think it is.
explains a lot about this call. Crazy, you say? All right, Kath, leave it with me. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Has this show made sense yet?
No.
Graham in Bradford says, you ex-public school boys are all the same. You think everything's funny, privilege. I don't think everything's funny, Graham in Bradford, but you are, if that's any help. Steve says, I heard that Christmas is going to be cancelled if we leave the EU. Is this a bad thing? What, Jesus' birthday? You bet it is. It's the only good thing about winter. It's the thing that makes winter shine. It's the glorious twinkling light at the end of this dark tunnel we're all about to go into. Pete says Viktor Orban may yet make a move in these shenanigans. I've got no idea what that means. Do you know what that means?
I think he might veto the extension.
Oh, well, anybody could. Anybody could. Because that's called a democracy. Meanwhile, in this country, we have an unelected leader who answers to an unelected head of state and is overseen by an unelected upper house. Thank goodness we're taking our country back. I would put Elizabeth on, but I don't think we've got in just quite enough time. Elizabeth, can I ask you to hold?
Yes, you can.
What a polite lady. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Simon says, only 26 days left before Brexit, when 558 MPs voted to trigger Article 50 in 2017, they unwittingly made it a certainty that we would leave the EU on October the 31st. They enshrined it in EU law, which is superior to the rushed Benn Act of 2019. So Boris will write the stupid letter, the EU will give the extension, and we'll leave on Halloween using the EU's own law against them. Ha, ha, ha. And he made sense, kind of, up until the ha-ha-ha part. That just makes you sound a bit, I don't know, what's a polite way of saying demented? Tina in Norfolk says, I live on the East Coast, and this past week the drains have been cleaned in the local area. I can't help thinking that we're in for a tsunami. Well, you think that the council has got forewarning about what might happen in the next couple of weeks? Coincidence, Tina. It's just coincidence. The local drains have been cleaned. Well, but you make that sound as though it's a remarkable phenomenon. Don't they ordinarily clean drains? You can get stuff in the supermarket for that. Give it a squirt. Elizabeth, thank you for holding.
That's okay.
Wow, you're loud.
Am I too loud?
Yeah, can you back off the phone a couple of feet?
I shall try. I don't think I've got it on loudspeaker. I'll try not to speak so loudly.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to call this now the land of the kicking cuddies.
The what?
The land of the kicking cuddies. Cuddy being, I believe, an Irish horse.
Is it? Well, I hope
I think so. But
because
we
it
seem to have
sounds,
thousands of them in this country.
It sounds really rude. But go on.
Yes. Well, what I wanted to say was, I believe that this extension that Boris is presumably going for, because he has to,
yeah.
I think that he and Cummings have another little plan. I think they plan to go there and ask for the extension, which they must do, but he may say, but we're not going to give you any money. Therefore, calling the EU to say, well, go run your bunny, if you like. Therefore, he can put all the blame on the union.
Yeah,
have
by
an
law.
election, and all of his followers will be there to back him up.
Yes, by law, he has to ask for an extension if we don't get it all signed, sealed and delivered with a kiss.
Yes. But he's saying private things in number 10 with his matey there, Cummings, and they could be thinking, well, we do have to ask for one, but in our private conversation, we could say, well, we'll have one from you, but we're not giving you any money. We're not paying anything.
Yeah, I think he'll just ask with his fingers crossed, or give them one letter that says, please, sir, may we have an extension, and then give them another letter which says, we don't want one. Please disregard everything that I gave you in the previous letter.
Absolutely.
They'll get out some way or another. But that Dominic Cummings, does he seem like a nice, likeable person?
He's a horrible man. He's from Durham, you know.
Oh, well, say no more.
No, but I think his father or his uncle is a lord. Lord Hoare, I think it is.
Lord Hoare?
Yes, I've forgotten. It's a lord, and he's from an extremely privileged background himself.
No doubt, yeah. Okay, all right, thanks
anyway,
for the bad news.
Anyway, by the by, I just wanted to say that. And
okay.
I think that your show is great. And as for the Brexiteers, well, they're always morons on here. They're all Brian from Teesside, that's what I say.
Don't sit on the fence, Elizabeth. Tell me what you think.
Oh, no, I shan't sit on the fence. I've been 3.5 years trying to sit on my side of the fence. Right. But I'm the only one up here who is not a leaver. I wanted to go Saturday to hear, what's her name speaking, the candidate for the Labour people here.
What's her name?
Laura Pitcott.
Oh, right.
Who can hardly string a sentence together as far as I'm concerned. She used to live opposite me, so I've spoken with her. But I decided I shouldn't go because I could be beat up, you know.
I think that's unlikely, Elizabeth, but probably...
Oh, no, you don't know.
Right, probably safe to stay in then.
It's better that I stay home.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Huh. Matt in Hove says Steve Allen tea towels are harder to get hold of than Glastonbury tickets. Who's playing? Have they released the details of who's playing Glastonbury this year? I've got no idea who it is, but can I say
Boring.
before I even see who's on the list? It'll be the same old names over and over and over again. Is it Coldplay? Who is it? Anybody? Any idea? You're a young person. They haven't announced it yet.
They've sold all the tickets.
Yeah,
but
that's
haven't
right.
announced it.
Yeah, because people don't go really to see bands. I can't recall the number of times I went to Glastonbury and didn't see a single band, which is really hard, you would think. Virtually impossible. Not one single band did I see for maybe 3-4 years running. Because they're all so dull, and there was just so much else to do. You know, grooving about.
Yowza.
Okay, here are the odds. Where did you get this?
This is according to the Standard.
Right. Well, what do they know?
I have no idea. These are the odds, though.
Right, okay. Taylor Swift. Which one's that? Is it 1 to 16? Now, is this bets or is this 1 of 16?
Oh, actually, reading it again, these are in top order, so she's the most likely according to the odds.
Oh, God, wow. Yeah, like I said before.
Boring.
Taylor Swift and then Fleetwood Mac. Ooh, now we're talking. I'd cross the road to see Fleetwood Mac. The Spice Girls. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The Spice Girls. No doubt they'll stick them on the legend slot. Because, you know, that's what they are. With their one song, A Zig a Zig Ah. Paul McCartney, again. Everybody on the left go, na 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 na. The 1975, Elton John, Green Day, Weezer, Fall Out Boy and Foals. Well, I might turn the TV on for some of them. Not many. Certainly wouldn't want to go. Not to that mess. It's gotten way too big. Way too big. Devon, hello, Bill.
Hello, mate. I'm just wondering about the next sort of 2 to 3 weeks could be based on one simple fact.
Go on.
If we give the sort of the Hungarians a really crappy bowl of goulash, they may say no to us.
I'd be surprised if several of them didn't say no to us. But that we must be so annoying to them. I mean, we were annoying when we wanted to be in. Now we've been saying the last 3 years and tied them up into knots.
You know, we need to get rid of Boris, chap. I tell you, we need. I think.
Well, you're not alone. You're not alone in thinking that, Bill.
You know, I reckon he's mentally ill. I reckon, and there must be some sort of amendment that we could say he's a right nutter boy.
Right.
We could bang him on the head with a hammer, and that's it. And we could have, I don't know, a sort of Neil Kinnock as step-in leader.
You mean that metaphorically, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just straight across the line, a little bit too much. We could knock Boris on the head with a gong and see what it sounds like. Rosalind says, why does Abbott always bang on about the weather? Lots of rain refills the reservoirs and provides the water cycle with replenishing stocks. Instead, Abbott just blasts it as a tragedy. It's not me saying it's a tragedy, it's the blooming weather experts. Don't put it at my door. It's the Met Office and the RNLI, who are all, as with one voice, saying...
Warning, warning.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Andy says, can you advertise your new podcast again with your fictitious lady comedian friend, as it's been so long that I have forgotten when it's not going out, and what it was, is, or might be, not going to be called. Looking forward to nothing. No facts, no promises, no podcasts. Is it due to Halloween with our Brexit departure, or is your promise a serious promise for a seriously funny new podcast? Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that. Carol McGiffin and I are doing a podcast.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was supposed to come out last month. I promised you that it was going to come out last month, but it may come out this month.
Oh, right, yeah.
We've done 10 of them. We're just waiting for... I don't know. We're waiting for the artwork. Oh, my God, we've got Michelangelo in. It's going to be rivaling the Sistine Chapel. Don't you worry about that. I bet it's just the words, "What's your problem with Nick and Carol?" That'll be the artwork. But, you know, actual real-life experts need to be across this, and it's out of my hands. We've done them, but they're not out, and I don't know when they're coming out. But my podcast is out. Oh, if you like this, I think you'll find it a delight. It's 30 minutes of concentrated amusement. It's the best of this show. It's my favourite calls from this programme. Comes out Monday at noon. It's called The Nick Abbott Habit. If you download Global Player from your favourite app store, then you'll find that, you know, in amongst all of the good stuff on there, like all the stations that we do here, Classic and Heart and Capital, and I better not get into the big long list because I've only got a 3-hour show. But all of the stations are on there, and many, many podcasts as well, in amongst which is mine. If you go to the podcast section, do a search on my name, the whole show will come up, which will take you 2.5 hours to listen to without the ads. And the news and, you know, all the rest of it. Or the best of, which is the Nick Abbott Habit, that will come up as well. And that's the one you want because it's only a half an hour long. It's, I think you'll find it's amusing. The Nick Abbott Habit. Ask for it by name. Here is Spain. That's a bit vague. Where are you, Bob?
I'm ringing from Murcia in Spain.
From where?
In Murcia.
Murcia?
A little town called Fortuna.
Oh, yes.
Fantastic. I've been here 16 years.
Well, that sounds super.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Fantastic. I don't listen to the radio a lot because Sky have just knocked me off, so I listen to the radio now. Anyway, it's beside the point. But you were on about Boris.
Sky have knocked you off? What does that mean?
It's illegal in Spain to have Sky.
Is it?
I've had it 16 years and I just found out. So there you go. That's thousands of people in Spain have been knocked off. It doesn't
so
matter.
Sky doesn't broadcast in Spain?
No.
I find that hard to believe. I thought they were everywhere.
I still pay through my bank. My bank still pays it. For the last 3 months, I've been knocked off the last 2 months.
Well, that's really weird. So you're paying for the service and they're not giving it to you anymore?
Of course. That's right. That's normal.
Huh.
That's normal in Spain. But
well, it must have freed up an enormous amount of time because it takes all of my free time just trying to keep up with the amount of space I've got on my recording device. I have to spend most of the day watching programmes I don't want to watch just to free up some space to record some other programmes I don't want to watch.
Well, all I watch Sky for is the sport, the football.
Right.
And since I've had got that, I've listened to the radio.
Yes.
I've listened to loads of people. Andrew Pierce, yourself. The first time I've heard you tonight was...
No, well, I apologise, Bob. I apologise for this whole...
No problem.
This whole show issue. I'm very, very sorry.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
Don't be sorry about me. Right. Listen, I heard about you talking about the money, Boris, the money men.
Yes.
I'm honestly 100% behind Boris about Brexit. I really am. I've been here 16 years.
Right.
But the last 5 or 6 years, I've been changing money in England from my pension and all this. 113, 114. It's now 112. Where's all this money? All these money men are making? They're making nothing. Peanuts. If it's £10 million, what they're making? $500,000, $1 million.
Who are you talking about?
Peanuts.
Are you talking about?
When I change money out my pension money in England,
yes, into euros, you're getting less and less.
I get 113
right.
max.
Yes, that's because the pound has dropped since the referendum by about 20% or something like that.
It dropped 3 years before that. 3 years before that. Now, I've lived here 16 years. I ran a bar for 12 years of them. Great bar, fantastic.
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
No, it was brilliant.
You seem like a biased judge, Bob. I'll reserve my judgment.
Well, what I'm trying to say, I've been trying to contact this programme for a long time.
Well, I don't know where you've been, Bob. I've been over here. Not that hard.
I know. Well, I'm over a lovely place in Spain. But what I'm saying to you,
yes.
If Boris, bless him, I love Boris to bits, I do. If he doesn't, now, so what if he sent a letter to say he's knocking on the head in a month, right? In a month's time.
Knock what on the head?
is going to get out of the EU in a month's time.
Yeah. By the end of this month.
No, November. So if he said in November the 1st, I'm getting out within 1 month to be right with the law, do everything with the law, would the law say to him, if he didn't write that letter, would he be contempt of court? If he was in contempt of court and found guilty, he wouldn't be able to be an MP anymore.
What,
would he?
Being as how he'd be in jail, you mean?
No, not in jail, but an offence. He's an offender. Yeah, offender. Be in jail.
Right. They're desperately trying to find some workaround. They'll hand the letter in that says, right, that's it, we're leaving. And
no, tell me, please, tell me.
Yes.
Are you Brexit or Remain? Please tell me this.
Oh God, I'm in the camp that just wants it to be over
and done with. Over and done with.
Yeah.
But I really believe, if Brexit, if Boris sends a letter in and he's out, and he shouldn't do that. He shouldn't do it at all. He shouldn't do that. But if he did, then he'd be okay in that respect.
Right. You know, Bob. When all this is over, you might have to come back here.
Why would I come back? I'm 72 years old. I've worked all my life. What do you mean? What do I want to come back there for?
Well, they might make it difficult for you to stay.
I got out of England. Britain. I got out of Britain. And my dad asked me that. What are you leaving Britain for, son? And
yeah.
I said, Britain's shot, Dad. I said, Britain's shot. I'm not a racist.
But yeah, okay, I've heard that sentence. I've heard that sentence about 1 million times. Approximately 1 million times. Yeah, I'm not a racist, but... And when they stick the but in there...
Warning!
You don't want to hear what comes next. But people do... it's kind of comical that people get more and more patriotic the further and further away they get from this country. I love my country, it's just that I couldn't stand living there, apart from that. But I do wish you all the best, with your rain and your wind and your cold. Thanks a lot, mate. Thanks for your support. Winston says, Nick, you just said that the pound has dropped. Please do not spread fake news. It has not dropped at all. Merely gone back to what it was in the early 2000s, says Winston. Which is, in fact, completely incorrect in every respect. In the early 2000s, the pound against the euro got 166. You got 166 euros to the pound. Now it's 112. Now, I'm no maths expert, but 112 is a smaller number than 166. God, that's even worse than a 20% drop, isn't it? But Winston is perfectly he's perfectly at will, at odds. He's perfectly at... What the hell's the word I'm looking for? This happens every show. Just one word. I'm sitting there fishing for a word over the end of a pier. He's perfectly at liberty. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, sure you were. Winston is perfectly at liberty to make up his own facts. Everybody gets to have their own facts now. It's not fake news. It's dropped 166 in the year 2000 and 2001 and 2002. That sounds like the early 2000s to me. 166 then, 112 now. That sounds like a drop. But as I said, I'm no arithmetical expert. Chislehurst. Hello, Ross.
Yo, Nick, I just want to say that there aren't enough toilets on the trains anymore.
There are not enough toilets on the trains anymore?
Yeah, I think most of your listeners will understand what I'm saying.
Are you talking about tube trains? Because the whole of the tube train is a toilet. Just go wherever you like.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean actual trains. I mean, not overground trains, but commuter trains.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call them.
Well, how many toilets do you require?
I think we need one or two per every one or two carriages. I don't know. I think we need a lot more than we have right now. I've just been waiting for a train, and then I get on it, and there's no toilet, and I just feel like that's really bad.
Well, it used to be much worse than that, Ross. When you got on a train, you used to get in a small carriage, and there was no corridor. You were stuck in that carriage, so you had to go out the window.
No, it's all because of Brexit. You just have to blame that. And right now, look, Nick, you're just a left-wing loony, and there's no reason why we should have this situation right now.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. You're making a lot of sense, Ross.
It's because you're a Londoner.
Yeah,
you're a Londoner. You have no idea what's going on in the real world.
Well, maybe it's because I'm a Londoner.
No. Listen, Nick. Okay, listen, little Nicky. Yeah, I'm sitting right here, and I'm looking.
Okay, well, if you sit right there, I'll always know where you are. Thanks a lot, Ross. Don't move an inch. Sam says your podcast was under popular stations in your area on my TuneIn radio app the other day. Have you heard of Brexit psychosis? It's a thing, apparently. A lot of your trolls may be suffering from it. Well, that last guy was suffering from something. Maybe he's been holding it in too long. It's backing up on him. It's possible. I'm sure that's a medical, a recognised medical phenomenon. Rob says, I went to Spain in 2014 and the pound was worth 146. He's talking out of his backside. Who? That last caller? Or oh no, that Winston or whatever his name was. The euro versus the pound was never 166. You might have Brexit's psychosis, says this anonymous interlocutor. Yes, it blooming well was. Crying out loud, just look it up. It was 166 in September 2000. I ain't making this stuff up. These are facts, baby.
Affirmative.
Andy says, can you ever... Oh, no, I read that. Tina says, Nick, it's Tina again. Again? Oh, you can't tweet twice. Those are the rules. What does she want? It's Tina again. Tina out of Great Yarmouth, wherever that is. She says it's a remarkable occurrence if anything in Great Yarmouth gets cleaned. Have you been here lately? Certainly not. I've never been there. P.S. I think the council are great, she says. She's the drain lady. She's the drain
lady.
She's the drain lady. Hey, Tina, you're the drain lady. Banging on about her drains. Oh, they cleaned them. Gave them a squirt. I don't think I've ever been to Great Yarmouth. What's in Great Yarmouth? And what's so great about it, by the way? Hello? No, last time I went to the seaside, beside the sea, was Folkestone, which is excellent in every regard. That jetty thing they've got there, where the train used to go out to the edge of the jetty thing, is superb. I love it. Shame it takes 2.5 hours to get there, eh? How does it take 2.5 hours to get from here to there? Everything is so slow in this country. And did you try to take a train yesterday in London? Good grief. Some morons let off a flare in King's Cross and the whole of London comes to a standstill. God. Belgian people as well. I had no idea they were so, well, what's the word? What's a polite way of saying stupid? In French. Pleasure Beach Sea Life Resort and Time and Tide Museum. What's this?
There are things to do in Great Yarmouth.
Right. If you're stuck there, you mean. Pleasure Beach? What's so pleasurable about it? Be blooming freezing, I bet. Is that one of these places that's got rocks instead of sand? Although, speaking of somebody who doesn't like to take their clothes off on a beach...
Disgusting.
I prefer rocks myself. If you want to sit under the shade of a pier in all of your clothes, then you don't really want to sit in sand. You'd prefer to, or I do, prefer to sit on rocks, which is why Brighton is perfect in that regard, and in no other regard. This says, ask Brexiteers, 1, why did you vote to leave the single market? 2, why did you vote to leave the customs union? Go on, we'd all love to know. I bet they now would too. Don't stir. I can tell you what they will say. Off the top of my head. I know exactly what they will say. Oh, well, it's because we wanted to take back democracy, they'll say. Which is a bit weird because we are taking back control from an entirely democratic organisation and gifting it to a few spectacularly rich elites. Or they'll say, well, we want to take our borders back, which seems a bit odd that we're now determined to make the EU not put a border up between us and them, despite the fact that we're insisting on leaving. Or they'll say, we want to take back control of our laws. And I've gone through this so many times. I will raise my eyes to the ceiling and then ask, which law in particular are you aggrieved about? Can you not wait to get out from underneath? And they'll say, all of them. Meaning they've not got a clue. Simon in Canterbury says, yeah, and it was 106 in 2009. Rates go up and down all the time, worse than it is now. But hey, you don't like to mention that. A brief period. Well, first of all, the person called in and said it used to be better in the early 2000s. 2009 is not the early 2000s. So I was correcting that. And in 2009, it may well have been about as bad as it is now. But then it went up and then it went down again. They don't just generally go up and down. The pound is the worst performing major currency in the world since the referendum. Coincidence?
No.
Of course not. Mark tweets, the euro... Oh, God. The euro rate... okay, stop with the rates and the numbers. I'm right and you're wrong. Just admit it. Hayes, Naveed.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Naveed.
How are you doing?
All right.
Hi, Nick. This Brexit debate is really scary, and I try now to stay away from it. I mean...
How's that going?
Not very well, because perfectly sane people, perfectly sane friends go absolutely potty. I mean, yeah. I'll tell you what happened tonight. There was a meme that popped up on my Facebook with Margaret Thatcher's picture saying that I would have had this deal done by tea time and the EU would have been begging me for a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Should have hit him with a handbag, yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all I pointed out was actually she's, one of the architects of the single market, and she actually renegotiated the rebate in the 80s. And that's all it took. It was a sensible discussion that I was trying to trigger. And all I got back was this interminable cacophony of nonsense that, they literally beat you into submission with. And I just we cannot engage them in a sensible conversation.
That is a microcosm of what's happened to the country. They have beat us into submission by shouting the loudest. This country is now being led by whoever shouts the loudest. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Well, they throw it's like a machine gun of slogans. It just keeps coming at you, and none of it makes any sense. And to give you an idea, and you won't believe this, Nick, but it's true. I mean, I'm an Asian Muslim. British. I was born here. Lived here all my life. But I tell you, Nick, people are more willing to. And I did this as a joke experiment. I filmed it. It was basically people are more willing to hear your views on how you feel about holy war than they are about Brexit. As soon as you mention Brexit, you're a traitor and you should leave the country. And it's that insane.
People go from naught to crazy in 6 seconds or less when the word Brexit comes up.
6 seconds at least allows you to get out the room. I think it's far quicker than that. You see their eyes change. It's almost like a zombie-like transformation. It's a different person. Yeah. It is not that same person anymore.
Well, here's an excellent tip. Don't bring up the subject of Brexit with anyone that you know, family members, friends, or otherwise.
No, it's normally friends, Nick. They're the craziest. I mean, you've known this person for the last 15 to 20 years.
Yeah.
And you're looking at this manimal-like transformation happen right in front of your eyes, and you think, who is this person? And this is how it's become. I mean, we can laugh about it, but people genuinely want something they have no idea about, and which is the most insane thing. What do you want? And they don't know what they want. They just want Brexit done.
Yeah. We just want Brexit, they'll say, as though that's the key to a better life. Well, to be fair to them, they were told exactly that. vote for Brexit, and that is the key to a better life. So it's like giving somebody a winning lottery ticket. Where's my prize? They're thinking.
No, absolutely, I agree with you, and I think people have bought. They're so invested in it now, emotionally. You know that they've put everything in. It's like the Nigerian scams. The 419 scams. They keep asking you to send money, and in the back of your mind, you've lost all that money, but you keep ploughing more and more in.
Well,
in the hope. That
you speak for yourself, mate. By the way, what's your PIN number, Naveed? Pop it on a postcard and send it in and stick it in a postbox. All right. And don't bring up Brexit with any of your friends. I made that mistake myself. Had an absolutely colossal row with one of my oldest friends, and we have never mentioned the B word again. I recommend you don't do that either. John says, don't you get it? That's a bad start. That's a bad start. Don't you get it? He says, we want out of the EU single market and the customs union, and we want a free trade deal, and we won't stop until we get it, so you might as well get on board, mate, and start helping, not hindering. Oh, I see. It's my fault. You want out of the EU single market, really? And out of the customs union, I see. And you want a free trade deal. So you want the deal that we got now, but just no part of the deal that we've got now. I see. Well, that makes perfect sense. Pam in Shrewsbury says, there's lots of toilets on Virgin trains. I don't think I've ever been on a Virgin train. But Pam recommends the facilities. Well, she doesn't, to be fair, she doesn't actually recommend them, but she's impressed with their number. They've got loads of them on Virgin trains, apparently, toilets. Martin says, great for exporters. Oh, you mean the pound that's sunk? Yeah. Well, that's right. Terrible for importers. And as we import more than we export, then, as a nation, we're suffering. But, these are just facts, and nobody's remotely interested in those anymore. Mike in Glasgow says, oh, God, no more pounds versus the euro. Okay. People just picking random dates. Saying, well, you got it wrong there, you see. Of September the 9th, 1974, it was this. Rubbish. Let's have Woodford. Hello, John.
Hello?
Yes, John.
My God, I won.
Yeah, it sounds like you.
Right. Your program is very interesting. I want to come on it.
Okay. I think that's called damning with faint praise. Interesting, you say.
Well, if I could come on to the psychology of what's going on in this country at the moment, I don't know if that's too deep, but can I say? You still there?
Yes, I'm curious as to where this is going.
Right. Do you remember in the old days when you watched a film, or even in these days, you watched a film and there were the baddies and the goodies, and everybody always went for the baddies.
What do you mean by went for?
Well, because they were always more appealing.
No. That's completely untrue. You came out of the cinema wanting to be James Bond. I mean, and for a couple of minutes after you'd left the cinema, you were James Bond. Don't you remember that? Or you were kung fu fighting.
Forward. I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is that I am a more left wing than right wing. I'm not a great Boris Johnson fan, but somehow when I see him, he has an appeal that I can't even ignore, and I should, because I don't believe anything he says. But somehow he comes across to me and gives me information that I don't really want to hear. But I sometimes, if you don't understand that sometimes the people that are wrong aren't necessarily wrong in the eyes of other people. I've heard so many ladies and old ladies come on and say how much they love this man, and yet he's done so many bad things.
To ladies specifically, what is the appeal, ladies, of a person who looks like a sticky-fingered schoolboy?
Yeah, hang on, you sound like you're jealous. Oh, come on, Nick. Come on, be honest. He has an appeal that we would love, I would love the Labour Party to have had. I mean, if you compare, what's his name? There's no way that he compares to Boris Johnson, who says everything wrong, and yet he comes across as being the person you want to listen to.
Yes, John, but you're not describing characteristics that pertain to being the leader of a country. You're describing the characteristics that pertain to being a member of a TV panel show.
It doesn't matter how you see it. That's your interpretation. It's not mine. I'm wondering is why this man, who is so wrong, who's done so many bad things, has done this and lied here, there, and everywhere, and is still appealing. So surely you not see what I'm trying to say, that this man still gets votes and still is loved because of the terrible way he may behave. Because that's what the human psyche, the human nature, wants a baddie rather than a goodie. Now, come on, you can't ignore that.
I am ignoring it. I don't think you're right at all. I don't think people see him as a baddie. They aren't attracted to him as a baddie.
I didn't say that.
I think you did say that. They're attracted to him. Yes, you did.
He looked upon as a baddie, and the people that come on and speak on LBC, it seems to be mainly ladies and old ladies that seem to think that whatever he does, even in his personal life, isn't bad at all because he wants to do this and he wants to do that. And somehow he comes across that. So it isn't down to what's right and what's wrong. It's down to personality. Now, come on, you've got to agree with that. Personality, in the end, is what counts.
No, of course it's not. It's what you intend to do in your position, not whether you're a likable person. I'm sure people were attracted. And there's a warning that comes with this. I'm about to say the AH name.
Warning!
I'm sure that Adolf Hitler was attractive to a lot of people. They thought, God, he's a really nice man, isn't he? Well, the History Channel will tell you otherwise. Now, I'm not comparing Boris Johnson to Adolf Hitler, but that's just, an extreme example.
I agree exactly what you're saying, but you not see what's happening here. That even though he came across as bad, Hitler still actually became the top dog. And
but that wasn't through being popular. That was through the weird, undemocratic system of electing a leader that we have in this country.
Hang on. What are you talking about? It wasn't because he was popular. Of course he was popular. He shouted and screamed at the public, and he won. And
he didn't win a vote from the public.
I'm sorry. I think you're wrong. Of course.
Well, I'm not wrong. He has not gone through a general election. The public did not vote for Boris Johnson, John.
Nick, let me tell you something. Can I say something? The last time I was wrong was 1963. And I know then that I was wrong, but even then...
Well, what did you do in 1963?
Well, in August 1963, I believed it would snow the next day, and it didn't.
In August?
Really annoyed me, but that was another story.
Right.
Listen, don't let's get wound up in this...
In fact, you're absolutely right. John, I've got to go, because that is a terrible phone. You want to get that changed straight away. Joe in South Norwood says, this caller sounds like he's calling direct from the 1930s. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Yeah, see? Got people complaining, John. And uniquely, not about me. Dean in Suffolk says, have you been told to dumb down the sound effects? Dumb down? What? Dumber than this? There is nothing dumber than that. Dumb them down. How could you get dumber? I'm doing my very best to be as dumb as I possibly can. How am I doing?
Telling me what this is all about?
It's about the weird attraction of Boris Johnson. Very, very strange. Well, he's got an act. And that act has been allowing him to get away with it ever since he was a school child. When, incidentally, he used to wear the exact same hairstyle. Who wears the same hairstyle when he's 5 as when he's 50? Only Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Only him. Chris in Canterbury says, taking it back from a democratic organisation? Really? So what's democratic about a European president? The at is selected. I don't know what that means. and then decides himself singularly on his own whether we can leave or not. The pound is not failing. It failed worse from the 2008 financial crash. Oh, I see. The biggest crash in history, certainly within living memory, and it's not that bad. So that's what constitutes a success in your book, Chris. Hackney, hello, Richard.
Hello, Nick. Do you not think that this... I've been thinking about this.
There's something wrong with the phones this evening. He just cut himself off. It's a dream come true. Try again. Reigate. Hello, Danny.
Hey, how you doing, Nick?
All right, thanks.
Long-time fan, first-time caller.
Oh, good, man.
And I just want to chime in with your previous caller, and I think the word he was missing for when he was talking about how people like bad guys is Boris Johnson has charisma. And I'm not a fan. I remember when he was running for mayor and on Question Time, his sister had to defend him because everyone was incredulous, thinking, how can Boris be mayor? And all of a sudden, he was mayor. The guy's got charisma, and I think when people look at him, they understand. They go, oh, he can't do that much harm. He's a bit bumbling. He's not 100% sure what he's doing. He can't do that much harm. But look, the guy has got incredible advisors around. I'm not talking about Dominic Cummings. They're all the people. And they know their strategy. Their strategy is simple. They go up against the system. The system says, no, you can't have your Brexit. He goes back to the people and says, look, guys, I really tried. You've got to vote for me and give me my landslide. Then I can give you exactly what you want. Because the one thing I understand about the English, you guys love an underdog. I mean, there's always an Eddie the Eagle somewhere or a Boris Johnson somewhere.
Oh,
you guys
please.
are like, come on.
Eddie the Eagle was an underdog. Boris Johnson is part of the elite.
Of course he is. But he's pretending to be an underdog.
Yeah.
You know, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. And, you know, please do not underestimate him at your worst peril. And I think, I mean, I would love Jeremy Corbyn to have the same charisma that he does. And I think one of Labour's biggest problems was I was a huge Tony Blair fan until he sided with the Americans in that silly war. But, you know, Boris has charisma, and I don't want to ring back to your previous caller, the AH name. We don't want to go down that way. But you know what? National Socialist Party won a lot of votes.
Yeah.
And when they saw him, they knew this guy had charisma.
Yeah, he was a big hit.
He went on to be a crazy madman who, you know, murdered innocent people. But that's
but apart from that,
conversation. Apart from parties.
All right,
Bring 'em to your kids' party.
yeah, all right. Thanks, Danny. So let that be a lesson.
Warning.
Don't elect anybody with personality. Nobody with charisma. And as for strategy, I think that Boris Johnson's got the same strategy as Donald Trump.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what it looks like. Roger in Brentwood says, we don't vote for prime ministers. I'm surprised you didn't know that, Nick. Oh, God, a pedant. Yes, and people like that want it both ways. Yes, I know that we don't vote for prime ministers. I know that we vote for our local MP. But if I went with a clipboard around the country and asked people who their local MP was, I bet almost no one would have a clue. Because actually, you do vote for prime ministers. When the parties go to the polls, you have in mind the leader of that party because they are representing the party that you're voting for. You don't vote for your local MP because your local MP has his or her hands tied behind them by the 3-line whip and the 2-line whip and just an actual whip. Roger in Brent, yeah, I read that. Of course I know that, Roger. We don't vote for prime ministers, but we actually do. Dorothy says, I love your programme, but I also love Nigel, Boris and Donald. Well, that's spreading it about a bit. Dorothy? It's a bit indiscriminate, isn't it? You love everybody. She's all about the love. Chris in Canterbury says, taking it back from a demo... Oh, no, I've read that. Why are these ones that I've read still there, tripping me up all the time? It's my fault, I expect. John says, what's with your caller so keen on train loos? Is he a train loo inspector? Is he desperate to go? Or is the loo where he hides from the ticket conductor? I suppose a toilet could be a place where a passenger can guarantee a seat. Yeah, but you wouldn't want to sit on it, though, would you?
Disgusting.
I don't know. Well, I do know. In fact, I'm not going to go down that alley. Let's not talk about peeing on the toilet seat. It's unseemly. Let's have Hackney. Is this the fellow I was talking about earlier on? Talking to, rather. Richard.
It is.
Yes.
I'm back.
You're back.
Something happened. I don't know what.
No, I don't know what.
Have you seen Angus Young lately?
Angus Young?
AC/DC?
No.
Remember he used to go round in a schoolboy?
Yeah, of course. I saw that band when he was the age of a schoolboy. Their
exactly.
first ever tour in this country.
Yeah, and he kept up with it, and he wore the schoolboy outfit. Because he's in his late 60s now.
Right.
And he's a bit balding.
Yeah.
And it kind of doesn't work.
It's like the guy out of The Cure. They sort of stick with an image that looks good when you're a teenager, but just looks dreadful on an adult.
Right. Speaking of Boris...
You know, the only guy who I think really managed to, as they would say in the tabloids, rock the look that he used to have when he was younger and can still get away with it is Keith Richards. I can't think of anybody else, can you?
Alice Cooper?
No, Alice Cooper looks dreadful now. There was a picture of him in the paper the other day. He looks like death warmed up.
Keith Richards always looked like...
Well, that's exactly right. He always looked like he's, just barely clinging on to life.
But this is coming to Boris now, because that whole ruffled schoolboy... I'm sorry, I don't quite have my notes on me.
Yes.
Dog ate my homework.
Right.
Was charming 30 years ago.
Well, this is the reason why he's been continually able to get away with stuff, because he does that...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That routine.
Yeah, but having ruffled hair doesn't kind of work when you're going bald in the middle of your ruffled hair.
I think...
He just hasn't grown up.
Well, I think... Now his hair is less ruffled and more artfully placed to conceal a lack of hair.
Yes. I wonder what other major world leader talks nonsense and is touchy about his hair we can think of.
Touchy about his hair? Well, I can't think of anybody at all.
No, I can't.
Shut up!
Yeah. MB says, Nick, stop telling porkies. Any member of the public could have voted for or against Boris becoming Prime Minister. All you had to do was join the Conservative Party for the privilege. That's what I did to get Boris elected, says MB. Yeah, that's right, because in our democracy, you have to pay for the privilege of having a vote. Thank goodness we're getting our country back. Stephen Luton says, Boris Johnson is a smooth operator. Just admit it, Abbott. I don't admit it. That's the last thing I'll admit. Smooth? He's the opposite of smooth. He's ruffled, not smooth. Edin Godalming says, do you reckon we're going to have crocodiles in the moat between the borders in Ireland? Well, that's that Donny story. I don't know if I'll have time to get onto that today, but certainly tomorrow. If not today, then tomorrow. Donald Trump and his berserk antics.
Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
Crazy. And Will says, Ronald Reagan, actor, Donald Trump, TV celebrity, Tony Blair, actor, Boris Johnson, comedian, Ukraine's new president, TV comic, actor. A trend? Tony Blair wasn't an actor. But Boris Johnson was a comedian. You're right about all of the other stuff. Yeah, it is a trend. It's a bad trend. And James in Rio says, texting all the way from Rio de Janeiro, waiting to see Iron Maiden in Rock in Rio. He says, I've no way of hearing your show, but just thought you'd appreciate a rock and roll text. Well, I certainly do. So I looked up the lineup. Iron Maiden, Anthrax, and Scorpions. A little Michael Schenker action.
Rock and roll!
That sounds great. By the way, if you're listening, Mum, the best of Anthrax is what I'm getting you for Christmas. You'll love it. Hello, Aslan.
Oh, hey there, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Anyway, I just wanted to start by posing a question to you. Do you think, despite everything Boris has done, obviously, in the past 1 to 2 months, he actually believes in Brexit?
Do I think he believes in it?
Yeah. Do you think, as the true Boris, let's say, do you think he believes in Brexit?
I think he believes that it's going to do him personally. It will favour him personally if he can get it done. Yes.
In terms of his legacy.
But I don't. Which is not the same as saying, does he believe that it's a good thing for the country? I think that he believes it's a good thing for him.
Yes, that's what I'm getting to. So, essentially, I would say I somewhat agree with the previous caller that he is portraying himself as the underdog, despite, as you said, very clearly being part of the elite.
A very gilded elite. I mean, he's the elite of the elite.
Of course, he is, and he wants to be that sort of romantic hero, as dare I say it, David Cameron said. He wants to present a romanticised view of Brexit, but it's not just that. I think it's the willingness of people who don't deal in facts, deal in pure emotion, and believe things on the basis of their own whims.
Yes. Well, this was the plan all along, and we know that it was the plan because they told us that it was the plan. Because these people are like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They tell you what they're doing, and then they admit it. It was totally me. I'm totally guilty. And then they claim that they'll say, yes, I did that crime. Oh, and by the way, crime isn't illegal. That'll be the defense.
Yeah.
He said, while he was in front of the Parliamentary Select Committee, he said that we weren't interested in facts. People, if you tell people facts, it's just white noise to them. We're dealing with emotions here.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm getting to. That he knows that if he says specific things, if he uses specific language, that he can appeal to a subset of the population that just deals in no facts whatsoever.
All you have to do is get 30% of the population to believe any old tripe you shovel at them, and you will win the election. Look at Donald Trump. Exactly. That's precisely what happened with Donald Trump.
Precisely, and obviously with our voting system, that's completely possible.
Yeah.
Our terrible voting system, I think, on a personal level.
Well, they also have a terrible voting system in America, and it got them...
Of course, the Electoral College.
Yeah, you know who. Much to everyone's amazement.
I'm president! Can you believe it?
Including the amazement of the president himself.
Yeah, and it may seem strange to us, but to these people who just don't deal in facts, Boris Johnson is that hero for them, and everything that opposes him, all those pesky experts, that's just the establishment fighting, I don't know, the underdog. Or
what's amazing to me is that the poor people, the left behind, have been persuaded that somebody like Boris Johnson, an old Etonian millionaire, is on their side. What on earth possesses you to think that, I'm thinking?
Well, I mean, obviously I don't mean to be rude, but lack of education is part of it.
Do you think?
I love the poorly educated.
Well, I think, I know. Of course I know. But yeah, it's a huge part of it. It's the tendency to, as a result, go towards emotions, not facts, and not dealing in...
Well, it doesn't really matter whether you're highly educated or not. Everybody is swayed by emotions, much more than they are by facts. And unfortunately, that's where we are in our political discourse, here and on the other side of the Atlantic. We're all about emotions.
Yeah, and I would definitely say that, as a result... quite all of the parties, in fact, are very extreme and still manage to appeal to people. And to be honest, I don't understand why totally, but they still get plenty of support. It's kind of crazy to me.
Well, we're in a wild and crazy place.
Yeah, I personally just cannot think of anyone to vote for at the moment. I would have traditionally voted Lib Dem a few years. I mean, I'm not old.
Well, why not? They're having a moment. Why not Lib Dems?
I wasn't old enough a few years ago, but I was very pro-Lib Dem in the past. But not anymore. I'm just so... I'm turned off by their Brexit policy, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
How about the Greenies?
No, definitely not.
Right. Well, you're very hard to please.
Yeah, I just want a kind of rational, centrist, moderate sort of government that does things, that looks at the problems in society and tries to tackle them properly.
Right. So you want a return of Tony Blair?
I knew you were going to say that. To be honest, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what I truly want besides that.
Tony Blair could be the person that brings this country together again. Hands up who agrees.
Yeah, I would bring Blair back.
Yeah, apparently not.
No, terrible idea.
All right. Yeah. Okay, well, it's a terrible idea. It's worse than all of the other ideas, except that it isn't.
Yeah.
I kind of screwed that up, but you arranged those words into something that makes sense. All right, thanks a lot, Aslan. It's the worst idea in the world, apart from all of the others. That's what I was going for. Paul says, God, this is a very long... Is this worth reading?
It's really good.
It's like a book he's written. Okay, then. Hi, Nick. Train toilets. I once travelled on a service to somewhere up north to collect a motorbike. On board, I had a call of nature. So I found the toilet, which had one of these electric sliding doors. I pushed the button and it opened. I entered and I found the close button. I began to do what I had to do and the door suddenly opened and a fellow passenger was standing there staring at me. It was an awkward moment as I then looked at the control panel and realised that there was a further button that I should have pushed to lock the door. Why would you need another push button once you're inside the loo to lock it? The loo must know you want it locked. I felt like Frank Spencer when he was in that high-tech 70s loo. I don't recall that. I had a problem with Frank Spencer. What was Frank Spencer? What was that character? He's right, by the way. Why do you need an extra button? I mean, that's just one more disgusting thing to have to touch in the toilet, which I'd rather get in and out of without touching anything. Thank you very much. You close the door, and then you have to have another button lock the door. Why would you... What could you possibly be doing in there that you would close the door on yourself and then not lock it? Why? You just close the door and then open the door when you're finished. Or halfway through finishing. You know, whatever, floats your boat. But Frank Spencer, what was that character? He was either mentally ill, which made for uncomfortable viewing, or he was the gayest straight man in history. What was he? I never did get it. I'll add it to the things I don't get. Dal says, I'd like to inform you that you're completely wrong about Trump in every way. The man is a genius with a huge plan to save humanity. I obviously don't expect you to believe me, but that's just because you've been misinformed over the last 3 years. Well, there's a lot of misinformation going on. John says, no, EU, no single market, no customs union, just a free trade deal. If you want the best for this country, you'd want that too. No, EU, no single market, no customs union, just a free trade deal. If you want the best for this country, you'd want that too. So no single market and no customs union, you just want a free trade deal. But we have the best possible free trade deal now. So we're leaving a free trade deal in order to get a free trade deal. Does that make sense?
No.
Not really. Martina says, what's this I hear about Rudy Giuliani wanting to be mayor of London? What? Rudy Giuliani to be mayor of London? Can he, says Martina. I never heard that. God, wouldn't that be just... That would be the end of... that. I mean, what with this kaleidoscopic clown show going on here, and that, Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's personal lawyer. Thornton Heath, hello, Sam.
Hello, Nick. I
Sam.
haven't spoken for a long time.
What?
I haven't rung up for a long time. I'm trying to catch up on my sleep.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm a bit dozy because I take night.
You can say that again.
Help me sleep. Otherwise, I sound like a runaway train. So what happened was about Boris Johnson. I think the reason why he's so popular is because there's a poem by, was it Rudyard Kipling?
A poem?
Boring.
And he said, the end said, if you could walk with kings and have the commons touch. Excuse the pun, he's got the commons touch.
Yeah, getting touched in the Commons by Boris Johnson. Yeah,
Yeah, no, I mean,
sure
he-
many people can tell you that
Very
story.
down to earth with people in the street, with people he meets. And
Are you kidding me?
laugh and joke with people.
De
He
Pfeffel,
hasn't
down
got
to
that-
earth.
He's not pedantic like some of the other politicians.
It's an act, Sam.
I know, but they're all acting. They're all actors, like Shakespeare said. Everyone's acting. And you know what? I think that what it is, I believe he's come from the Arctic Circle.
Who has?
Boris.
He's come from the Arctic Circle.
Yes.
Well, that
because
makes
he looks
sense.
like a polar bear. I always thought that about him. I thought he looked like a polar bear.
Well, he's as wide around. And I mean that with the greatest
Polar
possible
bear. It
respect.
reminds me of a polar bear. I
Yeah,
don't know why. It
that's
really
what I
does.
heard.
But anyway, so I think, well, I mean, he came to East Croydon. I live near Croydon, and I thought, I missed him. I'm sure he would have been very polite to me. And I thought, I would have liked to said hello. Because he looks approachable. He doesn't look like the type of person who's not, very...
Who's running a country? No, you're quite right.
Yeah, but I know he plays a clown, but at the end of the day, he has his wits about him. He's educated and he knows what he's doing. he tries to please everyone.
Where's the evidence that he knows what he's doing?
Well, that's what he's got his ministers there for, to help him out.
Oh, right. So other people know what he's doing.
No, his ministers there, they all work as a team.
Do they?
I think so.
Yeah, I doubt
But
it.
the thing is,
But they're fighting like rats in a
I
sack.
can't think about politics too much and Brexit. I
Well,
feel sorry about
particularly on, whatever you're on. I can understand that.
block out Brexit. I just can't take it anymore. I don't even like Brexit. It
No.
sounds like biscuit, Brexit. Oh, I
Yeah.
don't know. Anyway,
All
I
right.
think it's a shame about Brexit. Why all
Yeah.
this?
Oh, never mind, eh?
Politics has just gone down the drain.
Down the
with all
drain,
this.
yeah. One of those clean Great Yarmouth drains.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know Great Yarmouth. It was wonderful. You know what? It had the longest line of souvenir shops ever.
In Great
I like
Yarmouth?
Souvenir shops.
What
yeah.
do they sell?
Over a mile long.
Well, I
And
doubt
I
that.
couldn't get enough of those shops. And I was with my sister. I said, oh, wow, look at this shop.
But what are in those shops?
Trinkets.
Oh, trinkets.
Ornaments and
Oh, right.
rock and...
Knickknacks.
Yeah, they were lovely.
So
And
what
it's
did you buy?
over a mile long.
Yeah,
that
you said that. What did you buy, Sam?
I bought shelves and rock
Shelves?
fudge.
Shelves?
Jewelry and...
Shelves? You bought shelves?
Shelves.
Oh, shells.
Shelves on the seashore. The
Right.
shelves that she's on the seashore, I'm sure. It's medicine. I can't
You're gonna
my medicine
whatever you're on, you do yourself a mischief trying to do she sells seashells on the seashore. Don't ever try that again,
I
Sam.
do that with my medication because
Yeah,
I take it at
exactly.
night and
Yeah.
it makes me sleepy.
Well,
and
exactly.
And
Fortunately,
I should be like you. I should do your show at night because I'd be awake all night.
Yeah. We'll put
a creative writing group.
We'll put you on at the weekend, Sam. How does that sound?
And the creative writing teacher said to me, one girl said, oh, you talk too fast. The creative writing teacher said, well, you'll be good on the radio.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Anyway, and what happened was, politics. Oh, it's too
Okay.
much.
Well, we've been down that road, Sam.
Yeah, let's talk about something else. Trump.
No, I tell you what. Let's not. Before your medication really
he's like
kicks
their
in.
leader. And you know that woman, worldwide currency, big OneCoin. It's a big scam, worldwide scam.
Yeah.
She's an evil genius like Trump.
I've got no idea what you're talking about now.
As a OneCoin business, OneCoin, cryptocurrency,
Yeah.
it's been exposed as a worldwide scam.
Right. Well, whatever it is you just said, I completely agree, apart from all the points in which I don't, if that helps.
Yeah, but the woman has not been arrested. She's got double PhD,
Okay.
evil genius.
Oh, she's two
businesswoman.
doctors.
She's got one person's got arrested, and she's got
Yeah,
these
okay, well, I
followers.
don't want to talk about that, Sam. What colour were the pills that you took, by the way?
What?
What colour were they?
What was?
The pills.
One was pink.
Oh, well, that explains a lot. Okay, thanks a lot, Sam. 0345 6060. I ran out of the pink ones a little while ago. Never been the same since. John from Sussex says, train toilets. If you go through a manual door, you lock it when inside. The sliding ones need the same. The problem is that there is no standard arrangement for the locking buttons, switches, levers, and people get confused. If not locked, outside light shows toilet to be available. I opened the door on someone yesterday. Sorry, previous texter. Licking the show. Licking the show.
Disgusting.
It seems logical to me that if you close a door by using the button inside the toilet, then you want that door to be locked. Yes? Because a door to a toilet will close automatically if it's left open for a while and nobody presses the close button because there's seats right there. You know, the seats that nobody actually wants to sit in, right next to the toilet. Same as in a restaurant. I mean, there's a table that you don't want to sit in, and it's the one right next to the toilet. But it just doesn't seem to make any sense. Why do you need to press two buttons, for crying out loud? Both of which are encrusted in ick. Ew. Martina says, Nick London, could you imagine Rudy Giuliani running London with Trump taking over and then Boris and his entire motley crew? Hey, I wonder if Motley Crue are playing Rock in Rio.
Rock and roll!
Maybe not. His entire motley crew trying to run the country, and let's not say Brexit. Spitting Image has got nothing on all of this. Yeah, Spitting Image is going to have to really go some to beat this kaleidoscopic clown show that we're going on here in a moment. They're going to have to get lots and lots and lots of writers, it being a British production, they probably won't. They'll have one writer desperately trying to squeeze the funny out of himself. And then he'll fall flat on his face, or she, sexist, after about 6 shows. Tooting, hello, Max.
Hello, man. How's it going, Nick?
Hello there. Good, thanks.
I have to call you a legend. You know that for me, you took over Steve. Steve?
What?
What's his name? Steve Allen.
Yes, Steve Allen.
Steve Allen and James O'Brien.
Mm-hmm.
James O'Brien. He's a faggoty.
Yes.
I think you are the top. You know. For me, you are the top person.
Toppermost.
You are the one of the top person. You know that.
One of. Well, wait a minute. We're backing down now. One of. What does that mean?
No, because what it is, you just make me laugh all the time. Because actually, I don't know why, but because I travel, you say, every weekend. You say.
Yes.
Because of my family business and everything.
Right.
And I just only come back from Saudi Arabia, and I'm actually flying back to another country this weekend.
Saudi Arabia.
And,
what do you want to go there for?
Because my dad's from there, you say.
Oh, I see. Right.
My mum's from Scotland, you say.
So you got it.
Yes.
Right.
And what it is, you see, talking about Bojo, he's changing his mind. I don't know what's happening in this country, because I don't live in this country no more. I was with this country. I don't know what Brexit is. It's a matter of me going out there, you see, coming back, and every time I come back to this country, it's a different story.
Yeah, if you leave Saudi Arabia and come here, and this country...
Saudi Arabia is one of the best people. That's why my dad actually left it, you see. He moved to Pakistan because in the 70s, he didn't like it. because the matter of torture.
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, there's the list of things not to like is would stretch from here to there, baby. Here, listen, Max, I got to go, but I appreciate you. I've decided that I'm going to win all of that money. No one else need apply. Tom says, did Max, the previous caller, just call Steve Allen still Allen? Please, can you refer to Steve as this in the future? You want me to call him this? Paul in Hampshire says, it astounds me the amount of people that adore this phony, bumbling Billy Bunter character. You've got to be soft in the head. God help us all when we have to leave, says Paul in Hampshire, who is not pulling his punches. Boris Johnson always looks to me like a sticky-fingered schoolboy.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Doesn't he? Doesn't he look like a sticky-fingered schoolboy, a naughty schoolboy who needs to get corrected? Tom says, is Sam related to Sarah Palin? That was a caller we had some moments ago. Stop picking fights with each other, really? I mean, people, come on. Be nice.
Be polite.
Here is Seattle. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Nick. Nice to talk to you again. You and the team are always very good to me. What I wanted to say is that about Boris Johnson, if I used one of those word processing, software things, and fed in all the caller's dialogue, there's one word that if I searched would come up more than any other, and that's hair. The cultural significance of hair is amazing, like starting from Samson and Delilah in the Bible and, going through the ages, and there was a musical called Hair, and even our friend in the White House, people obsess on his hair. And it always interests me. And, I don't want to stay on the phone too long because of the other callers, but I've got two personal stories. Someone very close to me, sadly, developed alopecia, and she chose to sort of shave her head and spend 2,000 quid on one of those beautiful real hair wigs.
2,000?
And that was important to her.
2,000?
Yeah,
that's how much a wig costs? Good grief.
Yeah, well, yeah, not the ones you buy at Halloween, from your local dollar store, but or a pound shop. But to get someone's donated hair, and even my mum, who's very frugal, was like, I bet that cost about 2,000. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. But there's another friend of mine who has cancer, and she's I won't name anyone, by the way, don't worry, but she's branded herself as bald. And she's a very beautiful young woman, but she decided to go the other way. And it just fascinates me. Why do we keep on and on about hair? There's two other parts. Don't worry, don't hover over the delay. I'm not going to know the bits that you think. But there's two other parts of the body that, don't worry, that are just as dear to people's vanity. And it always touches me. Don't worry. And that's eyes and feet. It's not the parts in the middle.
Right.
Don't worry, as I said, I wouldn't do that to LBC.
Eyes and feet. Well, eyes, yes. Feet.
Well, don't forget, I'm a little bit biased because I've worked for years with ballet dancers, and then, you walk into the front room, not with ballet dancers, but you walk into the front room and, if you're heterosexual, like your girlfriend is like painstakingly painting the feet. You're on a date, and you're sitting there in the restaurant, and there's three areas that you're concerned about, and they're not the middle bit. They're hair, eyes, and feet.
And feet.
It's the eyes.
I think that's just you, Matt. Feet.
Well, maybe it is, but I mean, what you do is you look at the beautiful girl next to you, and you're like, do my feet smell? That's what I mean. Or how are my eyes? That it's her eyes that
do
caught me.
my
It wasn't her
feet smell? That's what goes through your mind when you're in a restaurant.
It goes through everyone's mind.
I
it's
think
like, what about my armpit?
Honestly, that has never flitted its way across my mind. Like the echoing canyons of my mind, I have never ever thought in a restaurant, do my feet smell?
All right. Well, I'll concede you on that. And by the way, my feet are just fine. But
I didn't ask.
Certainly the eyes and the hair.
All right.
Yeah.
Your feet are fine. It's just everything else on you that's broken at the moment. All right. Thanks a lot, Matt. What was that about? It was a lot about feet.
Disgusting.
Which we don't wish to know. Darren said, I suspect the new Spitting Image will be absolute pants. Comedy is dead in this suffocating woke culture. It will be nothing but non-stop Trump and Boris conservative bashing. Well, they are the parties in power. Of course they're going to be bashing Trump and Boris, because the whole point of Spitting Image is to act against the establishment, to pick holes in the people that are leading us. That's the point. Of course it's going to be Trump and Boris bashing. Plus, so easy. I mean, you don't really need to write any comedy. Just film them, and it's funny enough. I mean, the stuff that came out this week about Donald Trump and his blooming wall, absolutely hilarious. I may get to that. I'll have to do it tomorrow, I suppose, because I'm up to my eyeballs in hair and toilets here. Chertsey, hello, Tony.
Oh, hi there, Nick. And sorry about the there. I was thinking of something else when you mentioned Trump and his walls. Didn't Winston Churchill used to like building walls?
Well, not as much as Donald Trump does.
Well, I've never seen any of Donald Trump's walls. I mean, I think
they are the best walls ever. Everybody says that. Believe me. Yeah. I can believe it. Now what else was I thinking about? Oh well, yes. Toilet door controls. That sort of piques my interest because as a designer myself of a few things, not many. What? Like what? What have you designed?
I designed a control circuit for a device to measure the consumption of engines.
Wow! Please tell me less.
So again, Mick, I didn't really hear that last bit.
Oh, good. Yeah, let's just draw a veil over that, Tony. No, well, we don't wish to hear it, so that's perfect.
Yeah, but what I was thinking about was that the toilet door controls on the train emulate what you would normally do with a real door.
Yes, but that's the whole point. They're electric. Why would you be inside a toilet and close the door with the button and not want to lock it? For what possible reason would you not want to lock the door behind you?
Well, this is me trying to get into the mind of the designer, and I think that what he's trying to do, as I say, is to emulate the way you operate a normal mechanical door to make it simple.
No, he's not making it simple. He's making it more complicated by increasing the number of buttons you have to press by 100%.
Right. So that if you don't take the final stage in the design process and see whether it has worked to the satisfaction of the users, then this is the sort of result that you get.
The users? Oh, please, keep it clean.
And talking of keeping it clean, if you're worried about the ick on the buttons, Nick, why don't you just use your foot?
Because I'm too concerned that it's going to be smelly, Steve. Please, I refer you to the caller I had some moments ago. You know, designers are by and large rubbish. How many times have you sat in a chair and you think, wow, this is the most uncomfortable chair I've ever sat in my life? And it's gone through a designer, probably a team of designers, and it's gone through the head designer, and they all say, yes, that's an excellent chair there. And then it goes to the head of manufacturing, and he thinks or she thinks it's a good chair, and then it gets made into the physical product, then it's sold to shops who think it's a good chair, and people come into the shops and they buy the chair thinking it's a good chair, and it's a bad chair. The amount of chairs you sit in that are not ergonomically correct to the human form, I don't know who they're making them for, but they're just dreadful. Designers, just because you're a designer doesn't mean to say that you're actually any good at your job.
No, that's right. Design involves quite a lot of discipline.
Doubtful. Discipline? What does that mean?
No, discipline.
Discipline. Yes, they should be.
Yeah, there are certain clubs that you could go to for that sort of thing.
Yeah, I bet there are.
But take a classic designer like, say, Hepplewhite, for instance. You know, he made some good chairs. And what about the guy that designed a Chesterfield? Now, to my mind, they're about the most comfortable sofas you could ever sit on.
No. Leather.
No?
Leather is not a good surface to sit on. It's too cold in the winter and it's too hot in the summer. It's true.
Well,
why does everybody insist on leather, particularly in cars? I mean, I know the alternative is not that great, but we have like that knitted vinyl stuff they used to put in old Mercedes. You remember old Mercedes had that knitted vinyl stuff? What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, make a suggestion, Nick, and post it to yourself, and then start a company. You know, even if it's just in your workshop down the end of your car.
Yes. And by this time next year, millionaires.
Well, is that what you want, or do you want happiness?
I want both.
Isn't that better? Right, yeah, okay. And I see that in your mind, or it seems to me that in your mind, happiness and money are connected.
Of course they are. I mean, this old tripe about money doesn't bring you happiness, and they'll go round some dribbling moron that's just won the lottery and they've never had any money in their entire lives, and they blow it all on a fleet of cars, and then remember they can't drive. And all of their relatives come crawling out of the woodwork and pretend that they are, in desperate straits, and people start queuing out their front door because they went and blurted it out to the neighbours in their squalid estate that they've just won millions of pounds. So absolutely everybody they've ever met, and most of the people they haven't, suddenly want something from them. No wonder they're miserable.
Yeah.
But no, it wouldn't make me miserable, I can tell you that right now.
All right. Well, that does seem to me something about money. It seems that it causes far more problems than it solves.
Nonsense.
No?
That's absolute rubbish. Of course it doesn't.
Well, what about envy and greed?
Well,
isn't that a direct result of
well, you could say people. Well, it could be a direct result of being fabulously good looking.
What, greed and envy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Of being popular, that makes people envious.
Well, what about greed then? Because you can't be greedy for a beautiful person. You can be envious, but not greedy.
Well, you can be. You can have a habit of flitting from one beautiful person to another.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You can have an appetite, so to speak.
I will be so great to women. I cherish women.
Yeah.
Do you revere, say, the beautiful female form?
Revere? What does that mean?
Like.
What, with both hands, you mean?
I cherish women.
Yeah.
Well, easily, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's a good one. I'd never heard him say that before.
Oh, he says it. He says it a lot. Have you heard him say this?
Touch, feel. That's what I do.
LBC.
Anybody care what this guy thinks?
No!
This says, regarding train toilets, the lock button. Pressed the open button once from the outside, and before I even realised what I'd done, a loud no emerged from inside. Seconds before, the entire car, with me in a front seat, got hit with this image of a drunk lady sitting on a toilet. I pressed the close button ASAP, but guess who somehow became the centre of this unfortunate embarrassment? Wasn't even my fault, but ended up trying to explain myself to a group of strangers on this train for something I hadn't even done. It weren't me. I had done nothing. The doors close so slowly as well. It takes an age. You know, you go in there and you press the close button, and there's a good few seconds before the door bursts into life and crawls its way closed, during which time you're just standing there waiting for it to happen. You know, in full view of everybody else is in the carriage. And I always feel as though I should be doing something while that's going on, because I just feel it's a bit suspicious. I'm just standing here. But what can you do? Check your phone? See if your feet smell? Paul says spitting image has to feature Michael Fabricant. No, they've got to stick with the big characters. I mean, I know he's a character and all, but plus they will have only so much budget for wacky hair. Johan, Greenwich.
Hi, Nick. I hope you washed your hands in your toilet break.
I certainly did, yes.
Excellent. Well, actually, I just worked it out why you need the other button, because if you didn't,
you wouldn't be able to distinguish between closing the door from the outside or the inside.
Well, surely the machine knows.
How would the machine know?
Well, because you press because you press the button inside.
Right. But then, if you did that...
Oh, I've just figured it out. I've just figured it out. Because if a hooligan presses the button and then leaps out, then it would remain closed and there wouldn't be anybody in there. Right. Yeah. Oh, see, just think about it for a while.
By the way, talking of Trump,
do
you think he'd be allowed his golden toilet in prison?
Well, we'll find out.
And what's your final decision on whether he's going to come in for a second term? Because you didn't prevaricate it. You started saying he would have a second term.
Yeah, always.
And then you said he would have a change.
No, I've always said that Donald Trump's going to have a second term, and I'm still sticking with that. Yes, I'm sticking with that. Yeah, that's my decision, and I'm sticking with it.
Okay, Nick.
All right. Okay, thanks, Johan. 0345 6060 973. It's because of his presidential mien.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
And his temperament, of course.
But I have a strong temperament, and it's a very good temperament, and it's a very in-control temperament. I have a very strong temperament, but I have a temperament that's totally under control.
He's the leader of the free world. I know I've said this before, but if aliens from space came down and asked to be taken to our leader, we'd have to send them to him.
Oh, shut up!
I think that they would take offence, thinking that we were kidding with them. And we would then be subject to all-out intergalactic war. This says, if money doesn't make that last bloke happy, can I have his? Thanks. It's so annoying when you get people who just won the lottery who then start whining about it, a couple of months later saying, oh, I'm not happy. Well, why'd you play in the first place then if money isn't going to make you happy? Just send me a cheque. I'd be delirious. This says, I once pressed a button on a train in Holland and the train stopped. I thought it was the button for the toilet, but it stopped the train. Wow. You right. So you thought it was a button to facilitate a movement, and it actually stopped it. Huh. Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. I've got an answer to your toilet question.
Yes.
If somebody's frail and goes to the toilet, they might want a friend to stand outside. They might want to shut the door but leave it unlocked. So if they fall over, for example, the friend can come and help them. They may not be able to reach the controls to get the door open themselves from the inside. And the friend outside obviously can stop other people coming in.
Well, that is an interesting concept, but I think I had it with the hooligans might want to press the button and then leap out before the door closed, thereby shutting it off for anybody else.
Well, that may be right, but I suspect it's less common than the example I've given. And what's more, the example I've given is not an example of somebody trying to disrupt the system, but somebody actually trying to use it properly.
Right. Well, that may be, Mark, but I prefer my example. So,
okay,
no.
Really what I rang up about was to ask you about the coming general election. Would you think that it's a good idea for moderates to aim for a hung parliament?
How would they do that?
Well, it depends on the likely voting in their constituency and how people are doing on the polls. I mean, they have to use a certain amount of judgment and intelligence to work out what to do.
Oh, well, then we're screwed.
Well, I think the last election, when I was supporting this idea, the Lib Dems were second in about 84 seats, so just voting for the Liberal Democrats would not necessarily be the right thing to do in every seat.
Right, but what do you mean the right thing to do?
To arrange for a hung parliament.
I think we're going to get that whatever happens. I mean, the latest polls show that nobody's really. But what the latest polls show is that we don't really like any of them. Well, I'll have none of the above, please.
Yes, well, that's one way of getting a moderate result. I mean, the Labour Party is now rather more left-wing than it was a little while back, and the Conservative Party is rather more right-wing than it was a little while back. And so moderates might not want either of them. And so if there's a hung parliament, what they will get is something that is more in the middle, because whoever is Prime Minister, they will have to compromise their more radical policies.
Unless they get into bed with even more radical parties than themselves.
Well, there aren't really.
Well, there are. Yes, there are. The Conservatives could team up with the Nigel Party and the DUPs.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
And then where would we be?
Well, people therefore should make sure that that they, in their aim for a hung parliament, they make sure that those people don't get too many votes.
This is way too complicated, Mark. Just vote for the people that most closely resemble where you are in life, where your head's at, man.
The trouble is that for a lot of moderates, there isn't such a person.
Aren't they the Liberal Democrat? How about the Greenies?
Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't say the Liberal. I wouldn't say the Liberal Democrats. Sorry, that's not really right. But the Liberal Democrats might be such people, but it may well be that voting tactically in a situation, you might want to vote for somebody else because they're not really in the race in that particular seat.
Yeah, I understand that, but the scenario that I've just posited is a possibility that you might tactically vote for a more centrist result and get a more extreme result by default.
Well, if you misjudge your tactics, that's possible. But I mean, obviously you would have made a mistake under those.
Yeah, it'd be an error. Yes.
But I mean, at the moment, certainly for those people who are not particularly keen on Brexit, the Labour Party, in fact, all the parties apart from the Conservative and the Brexit Party, will have another referendum on the EU issue, so it'll give people a chance to have another vote on it.
You know, if the Labour Party teamed up with the Liberal Democrats and the Greenies, they'd have over 50%, which would be a phenomenal win, and the Conservatives would probably be out of power for at least 10 years.
Yes, well, I mean, that combination would suit me, because it would be the end of Brexit. And it'll also probably be quite a moderate.
Well, exactly. That sounds like a moderate coalition, whereas a coalition of the Conservatives, the DUP, and the Nigel Party.
Well, that's a right-wing coalition. Well, there's no question about that.
There's nothing centrist about that at all.
No. I mean, the point is that some people are frightened of Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister. But
yes. But if they did team up with the Lib Dems and the Greenies, then they would be pulled back from the left and more into the centre, where I imagine Brexit apart is where most people in this country are, in the middle, more or less. There's extremes, but that's not the majority. The majority do not lie on the extremes if we just take Brexit out. Well, now, once Brexit's done and we cease to be a single-issue country anymore, then we'll start to think about all the other things that are actually more, important to our everyday lives. And it seems, I'm just thinking this up off the top of my head now, but if the Labour Party and the Lib Dems and the Greenies got together, then they would be pulled back from the edge of the left. Whereas if it was the Tories, the Nigel Party and the DUP, then the right wing of the right wing Conservatives would be pulled even more right wing, even further away from the centre.
Yes, I totally agree with that. I mean, the fear, I think, of some people about Jeremy Corbyn relates to him being Prime Minister of a Labour majority government. But if he was Prime Minister
of a... It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. That's right. So it's not such a... that fear shouldn't really be there, because he will be moderated by the Lib Dems, by Scott Nats and the Greens and so on.
Yeah. You bet your life it is. John says, whilst you're on the loo... What? Oh, you mean the subject of the loo? He says, have you heard Porthcawl Council has replaced its public toilet with a weight-sensitive public loo due to sexual activities occurring in the public toilets? The council has installed a new loo with weight sensors and an automated door. And spray jets. It sounds like a fairground ride. Anyone hoping for some hanky-panky in the new toilets will apparently hear a loud audible warning sound.
Warning, warning.
And then there's jets sprayed prior to the doors automatically opening wide. For everyone to see your shame. Jets sprayed, you say, all over you. That sounds like the beginnings of a legal dispute, doesn't it? Susan in Harefield says, what a load of rubbish. Give me the money and I'll be happy. This is about somebody saying that money doesn't make you happy. Well, if you don't think that money makes you happy, then you don't know where to shop. Edinburgh. Hello, Trevor.
Hello.
Trevor.
Hello there.
Hello
yeah,
there.
I was listening to that. I was listening to that man speaking to you earlier on about money not necessarily making you happy. Well, all I can say is I've been very poor in my life and I've been comfortably off, and I know which one I would prefer to be.
Yes.
In this world. You know, I was at a point once where I was homeless and I was on the street and I never had a job. Things improved. I got lucky. Some people helped me. I got back into working again. And when I got back to having a place and being able to afford to buy things again and do things again, I thought, in this world, it is impossible. I don't care where you are in the world. There is not a country in this world you could live in right now in 2019 where you would not require to have any money at all.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about that. I mean, that's the extreme end of... but we were talking about... I honestly can't remember what we were talking about, but I think it was something about the lottery, wasn't it? Or something about that.
Yeah.
That winning a vast amount of money doesn't... You know what? It doesn't necessarily make you happy, but it makes you happier.
Yes, that's true. It's true. I mean, there's a program that used to go on TV and it said, How the Lottery Ruined My Life,
yeah,
or whatever it was called. Some guy won all this money,
and
because he was somebody who liked to drink and all the rest of it before he won the money, he had always been somebody who liked to go drink and stuff. Well, the money gave him the ability to go out and continue his habit into extremes. Now, of course, that is not the fault of the money. That is the fault of how the person interprets the sudden...
Of course.
You know, there's a great book you can get. There's a fabulous book you can get written by an Irishman called J.P. Dunleavy. And there's a chapter in it, and it says on it, upon suddenly inheriting a vast fortune, and it says, sit down and think. An antique chair helps. And you have to sit there and plan out what you're going to do. You don't just rush out and so off suddenly. Because the National Lottery tonight, the amount that somebody's won or might win is 169 million pounds. Now, I would say that's an excessive win.
Well,
Again,
I will need all of that amount, Trevor. In fact, I'm so confident of winning it that I've spent most of it already.
I would honestly tell you now, if I win that kind of money, I could honestly say here, hand on heart, I would give at least 60% away. And
to me?
Give it away. Yeah, I'd give it away to people.
Well, no, wait a minute. People? I'm not sure we can actually share it about. It's not that much.
No, 106. No, I would give it out to...
Me?
I've got a lot of people that I know who are people who are just ordinary working people, organisations who do a lot of good for other people.
Oh, never mind about that. Just give it to me, Trevor.
No, I couldn't do that because, you see, you're already a very well-heeled young man, you know, and... no, you are. Seriously, you are.
How do you know? You don't know anything about... I haven't got any money. I haven't got any money at all.
Well,
Zero. I have minus money.
For the last 20 years, I have been doing research.
Oh, yeah.
Earnings worldwide.
Yeah, Moneybags Abbott. Yeah. Research, you say.
Yeah, well, studying the declared online, public domain salaries that are earned by various types of workers in the UK.
Yeah.
I could tell you to the penny just about the police chief's salary in London, or a social work salary in Edinburgh, or a taxi driver's likely earnings in the city of Manchester.
Yeah, all that's true, because that all of those people earn an amount that is that doesn't differ really from one position to the next. But when you get into football, for instance, or show business, or running corporations, for instance, then
you see,
then it's all funny money.
The disparity here is that while people need a decent wage to live on, I mean, I remember the Prime Minister once saying that he couldn't live on £500,000 a year. In fact, he called it chicken feed, and I've got the quote. I was looking on the interview, and I thought to myself...
Well,
you're
no,
in London-
specifically what he said was chicken feed was the £250,000 that he got
That's right.
from the Daily Telegraph for, in
right.
his words, dashing off a column in half an hour. Chicken feed. That's what he said.
Yeah, you're right. You see, and the trouble is, though, we're now in a country where the gap between the rich and the poor, there is no doubt that it's growing. There's no doubt about that.
Well,
I mean,
they would say that the opposite is true, but I agree with you.
Well, I would tell you why it is growing. Because in Scotland, where I live, there's 2 food banks quite near to where I stay, and I speak to the people who work in them. One is run by a church, the other one's run by a charitable organisation. And they get food from big stores that gather the food from customers who are kind enough to buy stuff and put it into community boxes, which then get distributed out.
Well, you mean that you can't just help yourself on the way out? I thought that stuff was free
No, you can't.
as a bonus for shopping here.
But the point is, though, in Britain now, official government records, which you can go online and check, say that 5.3 million people in the UK, and many of them are in jobs. Many of them, they're not all unemployed, homeless people or derelict people. Many. In fact, 72% of the users of food banks are people who work. 72%. That means out of 5.3 million people, they don't earn enough money to properly feed themselves and afford their life, so they have to rely on a food bank.
Yeah. People are going to object to that conclusion and say that
it's true.
And paint them. I don't doubt the numbers, but we don't really know what kind of a life those people live that are availing themselves of food banks. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're starving to death if you go and get free food.
Maybe you're not absolutely destitute, but the fact remains that the growth in food banks has quadrupled in the last 12 years. Quadrupled.
Yeah, I don't doubt
now,
it.
You carry that another 12 years, that means there'll be 10, 9, 12, 13 million people using food banks in 10 years. That means there's a gap between what people earn. Now, Boris Johnson has said recently that he wants the living wage to be £10.50 an hour by 2025. And in the next 5 years anyway, right? Now, 5 years ago, a friend of mine who leads a party in Scotland, he's a political party leader, it's called Colin Fox, he was campaigning 5 years ago for a £10 minimum wage for every worker in Scotland. 5 years ago. So when Mr Johnson's secretary, his man in finance, Mr Javid, comes out and says, we want a £10.50 wage, that's a good move, but it's very slow because in 10 years' time, 5 years' time, house prices, especially in London, will have gone up by about another 7, 8, 9%.
Right, okay. You're
Maybe
really
more.
starting to depress me now, Trevor. God, really, it's like the life's just draining out of me listening to you.
No, but please let me just say this. We're living in an economy in the United Kingdom that is running away from millions and millions of people financially.
Yeah, I know that.
And unless we pull that back very sharply in the next couple of years, we're going to find ourselves...
Right, well, it's not going to happen. There's going to be no pullback very sharply, and increasing the living wage by a pound here and there ain't going to make no difference to no one. It'll make people feel better, perhaps, and it will allow politicians to say that they care about the poor and the left behind, but it's not really going to make any difference.
Look, it's not the answer to the world. The answer to the world would be full-blown Marxism in every single country.
The answer is a more caring society along the lines of Denmark, for instance. I mean, it's not like we have to imagine the full-blown communism or socialism. Just let's be nicer to each other. Wouldn't that be nice?
Be polite.
Exactly. Here, Trevor, I've got to go. 0345 6060 973. I've got to go because there's a lot of people want to talk to me about toilets, and we only like to deal with the issues on this show. Jason says, I once got locked in a train toilet and they delayed the train until I was freed. The driver gave the driver gave frequent updates along the lines of, we're still delayed as we have a passenger trapped in the toilet. I finally emerged red-faced to rapturous applause. Good boy. Who's a good boy? That kind of thing. Mike says, you do harp on about how terrible it is that we voted out. No, I do not. I do not harp on about how terrible it is that we voted out. I don't think that phrase has ever dropped off my lips. And he says, and that we are driving towards a cliff edge and disaster. Well, perhaps. I may have said that. If we remain, we'll be at the effect of 27-1. If we remain, we will be at... Well, it actually says that. I assume that that's one too many T's. If we remain, we will be at the effect of 27-1 majority voting, sidelined and made the effect of whatever the EU thinks is a good idea. I think it's you Remainers who are into short-termists. Be honest, does that make any sense?
No.
But it fits right in. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Holborn. Tony.
Oh, hi, Nick. Good evening. Very funny show tonight. Very funny. Really nodded off with that last
Yeah,
guy.
it was a
I
little
was
bit,
following it, and then a kind of
depressing.
haze came over me. Well, it was okay. I just wanted to tell you about, we were talking about money and the lottery, etc., and you are correct, but I just wanted to throw another aspect into the mix, because if you lined 100 people up and they didn't have much money, or they won more money, they would be happier than they were before they won the money. That's true. However, there's a fantastic book.
Now, wait a minute. They would be happy. Wait. They would be happier before they earned the money.
No, they would be happier once they've received money that they've won.
Right.
Than before when they didn't have the money.
Yes.
That's a given. Let's say that's a given for argument's sake. But I read this book. It's not Shakespeare, it's not Jane Austen. It's called Living on the Lottery. It's probably one of the best books I've ever read. And it was by a writer called Hunter Davis. And Camelot, who did the lottery at the time, I don't know if they still do, because I don't do it, but they were the sponsors. They gave him the rights and the permissions to interview 10 of the top lottery winners in the country. And I asked them, he asked them, different people, and I'll give you an example if you've got time. Were they happier after they'd won the millions?
How can anybody say no? How could anybody say no?
Well, this is what I'm coming to. This is the reason for my call. I'll give you one example. There was this couple who lived in a very impoverished area up north. They'd never had any money. They were what they called, I don't know if it's derogatory, but they used to be called the underclass.
Yeah.
So that describes what I'm telling you.
Right.
And in this book, Hunter Davis interviewed them, and they said that they didn't want to go public. This is another area where he discussed whether people should go public.
No.
They didn't. No, but they didn't want to. So what happened was they didn't buy a car because they thought the neighbours would say, hang on, they haven't got a job, they're on the dole, how have they got a car? They didn't go on holiday. They didn't do anything. What happened was their life remained exactly as it was before they won. I think it was something like 10 or 11 million. I might have got the number.
Oh, for crying out loud.
It was an excessive amount of money.
Yeah.
But they thought people would latch on to why their lifestyle was so good if they didn't. So what happened was their lives didn't change. The only thing that changed is when they got their bank statement, there were multiples of numbers instead of minus.
Yeah.
They had loads of money, but they were miserable.
Frightened
because
to spend
they couldn't enjoy the money. So it's not quite as good. What I'm trying to say
what you have to do is just move out. Move out of your miserable existence. Get to a nicer place. Yes.
Can I answer that, Nick? Yeah. He suggested that to them, and they said, if we move to somewhere like Stockbroker, Surrey, for example, and I remember this from a book,
the neighbours would snub them.
Yes, and they wouldn't be able to integrate because they didn't have the background, the education to fit in with that environment.
Right. Well, they should have thought of that before they bought a ticket.
Well, that's as maybe, but sometimes people buy a ticket and they think, oh, if I win the millions, everything would be great, everything would be rosy. So the other aspect I'm saying is it's probably self-inflicted when people don't realise the happiness that they thought they were going to get.
You know what I would have done in that position? I would have got all my closest personal neighbours and friends and spread the money about a bit instead of just sitting there looking at it, continuing to pile up, petrified to let on that they actually had any. Well, what's the point of that? I mean, if you're not going to spend it, then you might as well just chuck it about.
Exactly. And have I got 2 minutes to tell you one other thing?
Oh, all right then. 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. This couple of brothers bought a car business. They won, I think it was 21 million, and they didn't know anything about cars. And the business went bust. They fell out over arguments. They had begging letters, and they didn't have anybody to deal with them. Blah blah blah. And the upshot of that was that the happiness wasn't realised that they expected. It was instantaneous when they won the money, but it ended up pretty disastrous.
Well, there's something to be said for not getting a lot of money all at once. You know, it will send people off the rails. Like young people that have a hit record, for instance, and suddenly they've got more money than God, and they're surrounded by people who want something from them, then they can go off the rails. Same with footballers. I mean, they ain't that bright, and suddenly they're being paid £100,000 a week. Of course they're going to go nuts. But if you... you know what? These people should cease the complaining.
Stop whining.
You were in the game and you won. Stop complaining about it.
Yeah. But it does just prove that point, that it doesn't necessarily bring happiness because it's self-inflicted.
Yes, that's right. It doesn't. It does not lead to happiness, but it makes you happier. Or no, that's actually not true either. It removes some of the things that decrease your happiness, like not being able to afford stuff, not being able to eat and heat, for instance. All right, thanks a lot, Tony. 034. I'd rather be miserable and full and warm. How about light? Tina says the drain lady. The drain lady. Says she would buy me a great car if she won the lottery. Well, thank goodness for that, because I am definitely in want of a great car. Or any car. Just buy me any car, Tina, but not the one that I've already got, because that one doesn't work. I might have mentioned that once or twice. Phil says, your hooligan theory does not stack up, because these loos have a timeout feature. If you take too long, the door will automatically open, even if you've locked it. What? Even if you've locked the door, it automatically opens after a certain amount of time. If you take too long. What is it? A piles prevention measure? What is this? I think we should do an LBC exclusive investigation.
Should we do it?
Yeah. No. John says, can you imagine an unfortunate, unsuspecting mummy taking a child into that loo? Surprise, you only paid for one bum on the seat. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound likely, does it? That the door swings open, you get sprayed if there's two people in there, or the weight of two people in there. And on that subject, Chris says, a weight limit in a loo with alarms, jets and open doors. Time for us tubby types to lose weight. Or embrace exhibitionism. Whatever. Yeah, put it away, Chris. Nobody wants to see that.
Disgusting.
Chard, Rebecca.
Hi, Nick. I thought I'd give you a bulletin about our boy Nigel. Nigel Farage.
Yeah, the new news. Go on.
3 questions tonight. So I'll set the scene. There were 4 of them. There was the usual Tory, Conservative, middle-aged male. Then there was the bleeding heart environmentalist, the woman. There was Barry Gardner from the Labour Party, and our boy Nigel. Well, Nigel got a really rough ride. The audience, it was near Bristol, and every time he said something in his laughing, jocular manner, they weren't impressed at all. They didn't.
Nigel Farage is not fit and proper to be in government.
Yes.
Anyway, but when he suggested that the only way that Boris could prosper is if he made an alliance with Nigel, the audience went completely quiet in absolute shock horror. It was really good fun. And then the environmentalist said to Nigel, they were talking about politics, and Nigel suddenly said, well, I've been in politics for 27 years. And the environmentalist said, isn't it a pity, Nigel, because if you, with your personality and your energy, had to put your 27 years into climate change, you could have done an awful lot, rather than buggering up Britain with your politics. And the whole audience were cheering her on.
Huh.
She then turned to the Conservative guy, and she was saying, well, you've got nothing to talk about because of your austerity. Because of your austerity, you've buggered up the climate change and you've killed all the insects and everything else.
Yeah, the language that they can get away with on that show is it's remarkable.
Anyway, well, I can. It's late. Anyway, he suddenly, out of the blue, the Conservative, started banging the table and was shouting at her. The chairman lost complete control.
Why can't people just get along?
And he was shouting, do you think we enjoy doing austerity? Don't you blame us for austerity? And I was so embarrassed I had to go and hide behind the sofa.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking of doing that right now. Well, thanks for the update, Rebecca. And in closing...
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Yeah, just a couple. 0345 6060 973. Stephen Edinburgh says, money doesn't bring happiness, it just means you can be unhappy in a nice place. Yes! That's right, without the fear of not being able to pay your bills. I mean, I've been in that position. I mean, I haven't got any money. I haven't got any money. But I've been in the position where, if you have real money troubles, you got this dark cloud that follows you everywhere. And I can vividly remember you waking up first thing in the morning, and the moment you wake up, you feel like sort of free and that you don't have any problems in the world. And in about a second, the dark cloud's above you again. But that first second when you wake up, bliss. So, people, if you win if my scheme does not work out, because I've got a system with the lottery. Oh, yeah, you wouldn't believe it. I hit the button marked Lucky Dip. Has it been lucky so far?
No.
No, it's been unlucky dip. In fact, I am the unlucky dip for pressing it in the first place. But when I win £169 million, you will not hear me whinging and whining and moaning.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Stephen Edinburgh says... no, I read that one just now, idiot. John says, can you imagine... I've read that one too. Doing repeats. Rob says, if I won £169 million, I would buy my own army and conquer the universe. Well, now you're thinking. That does make perfect sense. Enfield. Hello, John.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
John.
I would like you to pass a compliment on to Banksy for that wonderful picture that he's written. It's worth every penny.
Which one?
The one with all the monkeys, you know.
Oh, he just sold that for £10 million
pounds
or something ridiculous like that.
No,
he's a cartoonist.
It should be hung above the speaker's head.
He should.
No, the picture.
Oh, it should.
His head in Parliament and so on. And probably he can go along to the zoo and apologise
to the apes.
Monkey nuts. Park.
Yeah, well, that is a good point. Yeah,
Very
no
good.
doubt.
A big sack of monkey nuts.
Yeah.
Taking note of that picture, you know, it's a wonderful...
Well, I think I may be stretching it a bit. Banksy's just a cartoonist who got lucky. Yeah, the amount of cartoonists that do as good work and get nothing, but you know that's art. It's not necessarily the best artists that make the most money. Just ask Tracy; she'll tell you. Be honest, Trace. Now, what might happen between now and 10 o'clock this evening? Well, it just fair blows my mind even thinking about it. But we'll chew it up and we'll spit it out then, eh? In the meantime, if you stick around, I do believe that Steve Allen will... God, look at that. The list of texts and emails I haven't read. There must be 100 of them there. I do apologise. This show is not being conducted in the correct manner. But I'll do better tomorrow. If you stick around, Steve Allen will set you straight at 5 o'clock, but right now it's Matt Stadler.
Nick, I've got lots of things to talk to you about. Very briefly, Tracy Emin, by the way, fed me roast chicken in her house in the south of France quite a long time ago. Did you know that?
Did she wash her hands first?
I very much hope so. Have you heard? My book is out, How to See Birds.
With your eyes?
No.
It's 1 page long. 3 words.
One sentence.
With your eyes.
Yeah, you still not following me on Twitter, or you know these things. I was in Kensington Palace last night pretending to be Prince Harry. There was a Banksy on sale, a Banksy print. I wasn't actually pretending to be Prince Harry. By the way, most importantly, because we're going to be talking about next, have you heard?
What?
We're not leaving on the 31st of October.
I bet we are.
I bet you we are not.
I bet we are.
Bet we're not.
On your... What the hell is going on?
Well, it looks like we've got another a Twitter troll running a country.
Oh, no.
Oh, for crying out loud. How much of a mini-me does Bozo want to be? It's painful. It's fantastic. Write some homework or housekeeping. Some of the texts and tweets and messages and so on from yesterday. I'll go from the bottom up. Nick tweets, you mentioned that people used to write books. You've scribbled a couple yourself. How's that going these days? Well, in a word?
Oh, fabulous.
All right, that was 2 words, kind of a word and a half. I haven't done a thing this year. I've got all the notes. Now, I could sit down Jeffrey Archer style and do 2 hours after 8 in the morning, and then 2 hours after 12, and then 2 hours after 2, and, work the whole day through. But does that sound likely?
No.
No, because that sounds like too much work to me. But I should get it together, because I've done all the actual hard parts, I just haven't put them together. Leave it with me, Nick. Pauline in Exeter says, I hear that Steve Allen's tea towels are being sold in Twickenham Market. How many tea towels has Steve Allen sold?
I think it's 5,000. It was 2 batches of 2,500.
Wow!
So 5,000.
Unbelievable. He is a tea towel phenomenon. For all your kitchen essentials, you know where to go. Stephen in Cheltenham says of this alligator-infested moat that Donald Trump apparently wanted. He says an alligator-infested moat won't work. Has Trump not seen that Bond film where Roger Moore jumps across them as they snap at his polished shoes? It's the detail of polished that I liked in that message. You know, they had to tie those alligators' feet to the floor. They may have stapled them to the floor. I don't know. You could get away with that kind of stuff in the 1970s. You could pretty much do anything you liked in the 1970s.
Groovy.
Yeah, but they were all tied down, and you can see that they were when you re-watch that with that knowledge, because they don't move an inch. Well, their heads move about right enough, which is scary as, just in and of itself. Glenn says, you don't like Donald Trump, you don't like Jeremy Corbyn, you don't like Theresa May, you don't like Boris Johnson, you don't like global warming, you don't like selfies. There's no pleasing you. That's right. I'm a professional grump. Graham in Bradford says, keep playing I'm a nut job. It gives us real nut jobs to some hope. It's not a nut job.
I'm a nutcase.
Nutcase. And Joan says, finally for the moment, well, maybe one more. In Dallas, one of the episodes ended with someone going into the shower, and when they came out, all that had happened had been a dream for 3 years. Do you think that if we all went into the shower when we came out the last 3 years could have been a dream? Wow, just imagine that for one moment. If we all went into the shower together.
Disgusting.
And then came out. And the last 3 years would have been all a dream. Wouldn't that be fantastic? And finally, for the moment, Linza says, if that is indeed your name, Boris's new hair looks like Guy from the Flintstones. I don't really know what that means. What does that mean?
I assume Fred Flintstone, she means.
Oh, what, they both got the same hairstyle?
Although, it didn't jump out to me.
And the same table manners, I bet. The same sticky-fingered people. He does look like he's got sticky fingers, doesn't he? Ugh. So I thought I'd start with something else. Research show, and this, by the way, is something that I've been saying over and over and over and over and over and over again. If only people would listen to me. But they never do. Nobody ever listens to me.
Why doesn't anyone listen to me?
Research shows drivers ignore 20 mile an hour... Oh, there it is. Which one is that?
I don't know who that is.
Is that Barney Rubble?
Shall I have a look?
I think it's the short guy. Oh my God, they're the same person. Boris Johnson is Barney Rubble. Look him up on the World Wide Web. It'll be on an internet near you. Have you seen the internet?
Disgusting.
Yes. Research shows that drivers ignore 20-mile-an-hour signals, meaning that the roads are not any safer when they have 20-mile-an-hour limits. Huh. If only somebody had said that before now, we could have done something about it. Oh, no, wait, that's right. I've been banging on about this for years. Why can't people pay attention? Apparently reducing the speed limit to 20 mile an hour does not save lives unless speed bumps and chicanes are also built, according to a new study, which does not grasp the fact that chicanes and speed bumps make no difference in the mind of what Ian Dury called premature ejaculation drivers. They see them as challenges, obstacles to be negotiated at top speed, like they're in a blooming video game. And before anyone wastes any more time on research, let me say again, the only thing that slows people down is average speed cameras. On a motorway or any other kind of road, people think that the posted speed limit is the minimum limit you must drive at. And when there's average speed cameras, they think the exact same thing. It's just that the posted speed limit becomes both the minimum and the maximum. When the motorways go for 50... when there's roadworks, say, and they have a 50-mile-an-hour limit on the gantries, people slow down to drive under the gantry, and then they speed up to get to the next one. Because now people have twigged that when it says 50 on a gantry, then you're going to get corrected if you go over 50. Because there's cameras on the other side of the gantry. People are just figuring that out. People need to have the threat of punishment over them all the time in order to act in the correct manner. What are we like? So when it just posts it on a gantry, then people completely ignore it. They go under the thing at the posted limit, and then they speed up like maniacs to get to the next one where they slam on the brakes. You know, what could possibly go wrong? That's the reason that no one is ever going anywhere on the M25. Because people are smashing into each other. Because they're morons.
Affirmative.
The only thing that works is an average speed camera section. When it's got average speed cameras, people drive at exactly the posted speed limit and not 1 mile an hour under. In fact, nobody's actually looking through their front window anymore. Technically, it's called the windscreen, but, I don't want to get too technical for you. No one's looking through their front window because they're all staring at their speedometer to make sure that they're doing precisely 50. And people start overtaking each other. You know, one person will be doing 49, which is not remotely fast enough for the person behind. And so they start this overtaking manoeuvre, which takes about 3 hours. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. It's the only thing that works, though, average speed cameras. Making the speed limit in towns 20 is just an invitation to a kicking. It just means that whoever actually sticks to that speed, by which I mean me, gets berserk nutters up their tailpipe, flashing and honking and swerving to undertake and overtake. They'd drive right over me if they were actually fitted with tank tracks. Let's call these people Audi drivers. And loads of cities have cut the speed limit in their residential roads to 20, including but not limited to Birmingham, Edinburgh, Liverpool, Glasgow and London. And the fury level has risen in every single one of those towns because numpties think that going at 20 is somehow against their rights as a human being. You know, it's my right, I can do what I want. Those people.
Oh, fabulous.
And, no surprise, research commissioned by the Department of Transport found little evidence of safety benefits on roads with 20-mile-an-hour signs. Of course, you'd find evidence that it was a little bit safer if you bounced off the bonnet of a car at 20 rather than 50. But they don't find that there's any evidence of safety benefits on road with 20-mile-an-hour signs because no one's doing 20. They find it a personal affront to be asked to do 20 mile an hour on a road. because they want to shave valuable seconds off their time to get to their destination, which is usually home, when they'll engage in a lot of vital and important tasks like taking pictures of themselves and gawping at their phone. But it's not the signs or the 20-mile-an-hour limit that's the problem. It's the lack of correction to those that think if they slow down, they'll miss something. People can't drive. People should be constantly monitored. Every car should be tracked from space. You heard it here first. In 10 years or 20 years' time, or it could be tomorrow, whenever this comes in, when finally the Big Brother takes over, and the correct thing happens when we're all monitored 100% of the time, this will be precisely what happens. All cars will have some sort of gadget in it that tracks us from space. And whenever a driver ignores the speed limit or undertakes or tailgates or goes through a red light, they should have a giant spike released from their seat. Or they should have the controls of their car taken over by robots and driven to the nearest scrapyard where their vehicle is crushed with them in it.
Affirmative.
Is that too much to ask? And while they get that organised, I would like forward and rear mounted rocket launchers to dole out some roadside justice. I pay my taxes, why can't I have that? She's just funny, she is. That old bag. Oldbury. Hello, Ranjit.
Hiya, mate. You okay?
Yes, fine, thanks.
Yeah, right. I'm going to agree with you that most drivers are morons when they get in the car or a vehicle. Okay?
That's right.
But not 100% agree with you, because until they get into that car, they may not be morons. But once they get in the car, some of them definitely leave their brains at home.
Yes.
Okay? I'm going to agree with you on the bit about the average speed cameras. It does work.
Mm-hmm.
But they actually are a hindrance.
Wrong.
Have you complained about, when two lorries are overtaking each other, how long it takes them to finish the manoeuvre?
Yes.
Have you complained about that? You haven't.
On and on and on it goes.
Well, I used to be a lorry driver.
Oh, no.
And because,
You're part of the problem.
I am not. I'm not part of the problem. The problem is the moronic drivers, that force you to do manoeuvres that you have to do,
Well, let me ask you this, Ranjit. Hey, Ranjit.
Well, yeah.
Do lorries come with indicating lights?
They come with indicating lights.
Really?
They come with everything. And if you can't see, they do, yes. And what happens is, because there's a limiter on the lorries, like at 56 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And if one of them is limited to 55 and a half, you know where I'm going with this?
Yes.
Yeah, and the one has to overtake the other one, and forever and a day it will take them to complete the manoeuvre.
Right.
Now, the M1, the whole stretch of it, according to my understanding, now it might be corrected, is the whole lot of it is an average speed limit on there. Yes.
I did not know that. The entire motorway's got an average speed on it.
Average on, the M1. So what happens is everybody's driving at 70 miles an hour.
Yeah. Not 69, not 69 and a half, but bang on 70.
That's it. So you get the lorry driver effect. Yeah. One's doing 69 and a half, and the other one's doing 70.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, you're going to carry on getting too close to the car in front, and you lose your speeding, so your braking distance.
Right.
So you start a manoeuvre. And then as soon as you get up to the guy that you're about to overtake, he puts his foot down just slightly, and you're back to square one. And then I'm thinking, Ranjit, why did you get out of bed this morning?
Right. Why did you get out of the slow lane, Ranjit, or whatever you people are insisting on calling it? I call it the slow lane. You know what's a nice, relaxing way to drive? Just pick a lorry and just drive behind it. And if the lorry slows down going up a hill to 50 mile an hour, so what? Just slow down with it. Don't bother overtaking, because what happens when people overtake is they start bashing into each other. If people just stayed in their lane, then there would be far fewer crashes. Am I right?
Yes,
Yes.
maybe so, but not going to totally agree with you. You know, like you got Mothering Sunday.
You're very disagreeable, if you don't mind me saying.
I am
that.
very disagreeable.
Very disagreeable, yeah.
No. I agree with lots of things you say.
It's
but,
your
yeah, like you got Mothering Sunday. You
lorry
got,
driving temperament.
This should be. No, I haven't driven a lorry now for 13 years, but I've still got the same mentality.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's not Mother's Day soon, is it?
No, I'm on about. Look, you used to have a Nutter's Day when people can go out on the road. Yeah, everybody else, like you and I, we can stop at home.
Right.
Let them do what they want.
Ranjit, I've got bad news for you. Every day is Nutter Day on Britain's roads.
Have you ever noticed that when you're driving and you see a Range Rover with a Panama hat in the back on the parcel shelf, or a Jaguar, the nutter is out there, he's doing 55 in the middle lane, he ain't going to budge left, he ain't going to budge right, and you can follow him forever, and he's going to stay there until he gets off his junction.
I think that people just don't really know that you're not supposed to do that. They're just blithely going along in there. They picked a lane, and it's nice, and the view's quite pleasant, and, they've got their groovy tunes on the stereo.
Rock and roll!
And they're just having a nice time, and they're in their lane, and they've got no concept of where you're supposed to be on the blooming road. People should have to take their test every year.
I totally agree. See, I'm agreeing with you now. And you know what the most dangerous part of a car is?
Well, the driver.
They're not behind the steering wheel. Then. Okay.
That's what I just said.
Yeah,
See,
now
we're in complete concord. Yeah. All right, nice to talk to you, Rajit. Take a cab from now on. Please, do us all a favour. 0345 6060 973. News Junkie tweets, have you just seen Bojo No Disposable Cups video of him having a coffee cup taken away from him prior to his conference speech? Yeah. I don't think it was because no reusable or no non-reusable cups. It was something like that, wasn't it? I think it was less that they didn't want him photographed with a polystyrene cup, and more that they didn't want to give him any more caffeine.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's just barely clinging on to reality as it is. Let's not give him any more stimulants. Linda says, that's why I bought an Audi, so no decent driver can push me off the road. It works. Yeah, every time I see an Audi coming up behind me, I always have the same reaction. Grip the steering wheel just a little bit more firmly, because I know that something berserk is about to happen. This says, average speed cameras allow people to drive slow and then break the speed limit. Plus, it's an excuse to collect your data, which with a normal camera only happens when you speed illegally. Average speed camera, they don't need any excuse to capture your data. Our data is being collected every second of every day. And what they've come up with recently is just really terrifying. I'll say this again, because I was out with a friend of mine the other day, and he's very clued in. He watches the news, and he's fully aware of current events. And I said, have you seen deep fake videos? And he had no idea what I was talking about. So I imagine that a lot of people don't. I actually can't remember if I tweeted this one out. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But it don't make no, never mind. Look up deep fake Tom Cruise. And there's a video of a fella who appeared in what was actually a really good show called Barry, about a murderer who was taking acting lessons from the Fonz. In fact, this is ringing bells with me now. I'm sure I mentioned this last week or the week before, but it's worth doing it again. Look up deep fake Tom Cruise. It's him appearing on, I think it was the David Letterman show, and he was recalling a story about meeting Tom Cruise. And I'll let the video unfold. But it is really wow, they can do anything now. Alarming. Let's have a call in Bloomsbury. Sophia.
Hi, Nick.
Sophia.
I hope you're well.
Yeah.
I think things are looking up because at long last they're talking about impeaching the Orange Monster.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we're not going to be allowed dogs anymore. The lady keeps coming back with a sausage dog, so perhaps that's a good omen.
Who does?
A friend of mine that has a sausage dog. She has 3 sausage dogs.
Well, you said that like I know what you were talking about. The lady keeps coming back with the sausage dog. It sounds like one of those coded phrases that people used to say to each other when they were meeting a Russian stooge.
She visits me with the dog, and she
Yeah.
does have 2 others as well.
Well,
so
I understand.
it's a big doggy world.
Mhm.
As far as Rozo's concerned, it's not. I agree, he's quite flamboyant, but there
Who
are
is?
Our Prime Minister.
Oh, right.
But there are a lot of other people that do much the same, and he's maybe a little bit childish with it. But what I'm concerned
Like a
about...
sticky-fingered schoolboy.
Here we go.
Undoubtedly.
Here we go. Okay.
Lots of other people say the same, but I'm concerned about his past actions in terms of bridges and bicycles. I mean, yes, I think people ought to know a little bit more about maintaining a bicycle before they pick one off the...
What's this got to do with Boris Johnson?
Well, when he was mayor, he borrowed bikes I'm referring to in that case.
Isabel Necessary on a bike.
Yeah. Well, I had a hooter, actually, a very good old-fashioned hooter. It's much more musical. But I don't think we need a flower bridge. That was one that didn't actually burst into bloom.
You don't think we need a what now?
A flower bridge.
A flower bridge?
He was halfway through with a flower bridge.
Oh, right. Bridge made of flowers. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Whether there's any room for people or vehicles, it's undoubtedly. But after a few years, thinking about it and getting on with it, it got cancelled.
Yeah.
It's not surprising.
Right.
But the worst thing of all is that he thought all of our problems with the Europe will be solved. He's going to build a bridge across the channel.
Yeah, he seems obsessed with building bridges. He wants to build a bridge from here
That's
to
what
France
I
and from
feel,
here
yes.
to Ireland and from one side of the Thames to the next. And what is this obsession with bridges, Boris?
Indeed. And the only point is that I think it's about 80% of the world's shipping has to go through that narrow channel where the pylons would be sunk.
Yeah, probably not, but why quibble about statistics? 80%, you say? Yeah, all right, then why not? 80%. Okay, nice to talk to you, Sophia. You're making a lot of sense. 0345 6060 973. I don't know. Got no idea. Don't ask me. It's got nothing to do with this show. Was like that when I got here. This says, I was just doing 20 on a 20-mile-an-hour road just half an hour ago, and one car hooted at me, and I let him overtake, and the next car flashed at me to overtake me too. You're regarded as a nuisance simply because you heed speed limits nowadays. What is wrong with people? How busy are you? You know how much time you'll make up by doing 30 instead of 20 in the brief period that you navigate towns, streets? Almost no time at all. Zero time. You know, I travel on the motorway relatively regularly, and I just sit in the slow lane doing 55 miles an hour. I put some tunes on the radio.
Rock and roll!
Something nice and relaxing, like Anne-Marie Minhall, for instance, and just chill out, baby. Or you could drive like your bottom's on fire, changing lanes constantly, zooming in between traffic at great risk to your personal person, and you would save, 10 minutes on a 1-hour trip? Everybody just needs to calm down. Relax. This says, do you realise that a motorway is effectively one lane with 1 or 2 overtaking lanes? Most of Europe seems to have a decent grasp of this concept. Only England has rolling roadblock traffic police wannabes clogging up lanes with their impotent rage. I'll refer to Ian Jury again. Premature ejaculation drivers, they've sometimes got roll bars. It isn't one lane, because if all traffic just squeezed into one lane, the slow lane, then there wouldn't be any room in the slow lane. So everybody should go in the slow lane, apart from people who want to go more than 55 mile an hour. For instance, lorries are in the slow lane, I'm in the slow lane, and I like it just fine there. But if you want to go faster than that, then go in the in the middle lane. And you can stay in the middle lane as long as you're going faster than the slow lane. And then the outside lane should be for, people in Range Rovers and those that want to overtake. Kennington says, Boris Johnson is the original practical joke that went horribly wrong. Well, that's just rude. And ignorant.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Paul in East London says, I keep telling people Boris only cares about being at number 10. He will say anything and do anything to stay there. As long as he's done enough to look like he's delivering Brexit, he'll get elected. Come back Miliband, all this forgiven. I'm not sure about that. Or Blair, he says. Huh. Hey, you remember Tony Blair, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. He says all this Brexit stuff while Trump is throwing the toys out of his pram. Clowns to the left of me and jokers to the right. I'm definitely stuck in the middle with that lot.
Rock and roll!
And Keith said, this is from yesterday, he says, how I missed the weather report for Glasgow. Damn it, he says. Yes, you did. I'll sum it up for you. It's raining again. See Supertramp for further details. Or Travis. Or Garbage. I'm only happy when it rains. And the other one. What's the other one? Oh, I had it in my mind just a moment ago. I'm only happy when it rains. It's raining again. What's the other one?
Is this Supertramp?
Yeah.
Who have you said so far?
Oh, please. Are you listening to this show?
I was on text and tweet.
Yeah, okay. He's busy in there. Don't bother him. What a way to run a show, eh?
Dreadful.
Awful. Here's Hatfield. Hello, Pamela.
Hello.
Pamela.
I figured out why they run around like blue-ass flies.
Who do?
Well, people, the morons.
Oh, yeah, the morons.
And you're a hoot. Well, I used to
not.
Well, I used to own sports stores and Potter's Bar and Grill, also known as Purgatory. And the mothers would venture into the stores, go, I'm hurrying, I'm double parked, I only need this and I need it for school, I want it cheap. Well, since they basically had done away with domestic science, which helps the mothers budget time, finance, cooking, and family planning. And they tell the children, hurry, hurry, hurry.
Yeah.
And that's it. And so it's instilled in their brains to hurry around like blue-ass flies.
Right.
And the greatest power of all is the power of observation. So I'm sitting here listening and looking at all this. And the mothers are doing everything for them, 15 years old, tying their shoes for them.
What?
And what, seriously, I used to run the Nike basketball camps, and these mothers would come in and tie their shoes up for them. And one of the rotors of the store would be they had to clean the toilet, do all the domestic things, focus, fitness, and discipline, courage, concentration, communication. And these mothers would run into my shop and say, he doesn't clean the toilet at home, nor should he do it here. I said, what are you doing, looking for a maid? And everybody ought to have a maid.
All right, thanks a lot, Pamela. Calm down. Try decaffeinated coffee just once in a while. Might be a good idea. But they don't teach people in school what people need to be taught in school. I was talking about this a while ago. Is anybody listening to me?
No.
People should be taught in school how to not go berserk and buy stuff you don't need with money that you haven't got on the worldwide wait. People should be taught to support local businesses, not some mega corporation that's run by some bald-headed freak who's draining all the money out of the world in order to buy rockets to send to space. No offence. People should be taught to walk properly. I mean, I know that sounds like a bizarre thing to say, but the entire human race has got back pain and knee pain and hip pain and ankle pain and every other pain that you could possibly imagine because we don't walk properly. Just sit there and look at people walking by. We lumber about as though we haven't actually learnt how to walk upright. Of course, we're not really made to walk upright. Our bodies are all wrong. We should be on all fours, like a dog. So people aren't taught to sit up straight and to how to look at their phones without putting a crick in their neck. You've got kids these days who look like ancient old people because they've got bent backs because they're staring at their phones all day. This is all important stuff. The NHS is spending billions and billions and billions of pounds correcting people's back pain and hip pain and knee pain, and they wouldn't have to do any of that if people were just taught to, comport themselves. Is that a word? Or is that a yoghurt? think it's a jam, isn't it? Oh, that's compote. Compote.
Want to score some pot?
Want to score some compote? Ray the cabbie says, Nick, I picked up a couple from a hospital with their new bye-bye. They said, could I please go extra slow? It was mayhem. I've never seen so many angry people in my life. Car after car driving past giving me 2 fingers, and it wasn't for victory. What is wrong with people? Just slow down, everybody. I used to, not speed, not go over the requisite limit, of course. I'm a good boy, I am. But I used to, bend the needle in the car until I discovered cruising along in the slow lane. And it's just so much better. Unless you're driving 8 to 10 hours a day, it ain't going to make no difference at all if you do 55 or 70 to your arrival time at your destination. Make no difference at all. I mean, what are you going to do with those extra 5 or 10 minutes anyway? Nothing. You're going to stare out the window, you're going to drool and pick your nose, and you're not going to get anything done. It's not like you're rushing to avert a nuclear catastrophe or anything. You're just going home. And it won't make no difference, apart from to your mood, to your general mien. I recommend it. Just put something relaxing on the stereo. Classical music is good. Here's a good tip. Don't listen to anything loud and heavy. Because I used to listen to classic rock in the car. That used to be my, I used to treat myself and get out some Bad Company and Joe Walsh and all that good stuff.
Rock and roll!
But it just makes you drive faster. You put Van Halen on and suddenly you're driving at 100 mile an hour down High Street. Very, very... Van Halen is very dangerous. I think you'll find that that's correct. No, put on classic FM and then you just cruise around really slow. It's like you float along to the benefit of everybody. And you can thank me later. No, wait, I've changed my mind. You can thank me now. Hackney, hello, Tariq.
Hello, Nick. How are you, mate? You okay?
Good, thanks.
I always listen to the catch-up, so I'm really, really lucky that I've got you live today. So I rang up about the 20 mile an hour speed limit.
Yes.
There's a patch of roads that I drive past. I don't know if I should tell you the borough. It's next to Camden. It's like a double one-way road. I'm always getting overtaken by red buses. I do 20, believe it or not. I always keep to the limit.
You're being overtaken by buses?
Yes, they're doing about 27, 28. I'm very tempted to speed up, but, I try to be a decent...
Yeah, let's not get into fights on the road, people. There's enough aggression as there is.
No, so... Do they have, immunity from the parking tickets and stuff? Speed cameras? Because
I don't know. I mean, I would find it surprising because I would have thought that it would be a fireable offence.
Well, I don't know. But I promise you it happens. I drive past this road almost every day and 9 out of 10 times I'm getting overtaken. They're not nasty to me, but, I just get them past. But it's
Huh.
And, sorry. Another one, I just come back from a road trip. I drove past 5 countries in Europe. And you were talking about insects on cars.
Yes.
And it's amazing because I was listening to you, because we've spoken about this a lot over the years. And I believe you now because whenever I drive a lot in London and no insects and I do a bit of motorways, nothing. As soon as we got to France, wow. First petrol station, I had to sort of clean the front of the car. Hundreds of insects on it.
Really?
And, amazing. And this is amazing. I was driving past Greece in the same journey. Salonika, there's a place called Salonika in Greece. We had to actually stop at a petrol station just to clean the wipers, the windscreen, sorry. It was absolutely amazing. And I felt like ringing you from Europe because it was, amazing. And I don't know why. It's really scary because...
Well, maybe that's where all our insects have gone. They've gone on holiday.
They've migrated over there.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really, really scary.
Wow.
I promise you, I see my own eyes. I was going to ring you from there, but I thought maybe just come back and wait for it. So, I don't know. What we can do about these people who keep breaking the 20 mile an hour zone?
The death penalty. That's it might seem a bit harsh as a first offence.
I think that's reasonable.
I do too. Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Tariq. Thanks for the good news. So the insects, they've still got some insects in Europe. In Europe. Which is surprising because the information that we have decimated the insect population did come from Germany. They weren't actually investigating it at the time. I think it's the research started 20, 25 years ago. I don't have the details off the top of my head, but I'll make them up, and they will become a fact. About 25 years ago in Germany, they were looking at an area and they were counting the number of insects that were, in a, I've got no idea, in a cubic meter. And they found that there was a certain number, and they continued to do it year after year. And they came back to the information 20 years later and compared it to when they started, and they realised that we'd lost about 75% of the flying insects. 75%! Which is alarming because flying insects are what provide our food. You know, they have sex with flowers. And then go and have sex with other flowers.
Disgusting.
Exactly. And then we put it into our mouths. Ugh. But that is, I think you'll find that is scientifically accurate. We eat what insects have had sex with. Can you believe that? And so when flying insects die, then so do we. So we should be very, very concerned about that. And there aren't any flying insects in this country. I think you'll find that's true. That is a true fact that I just made up. There aren't any flying insects in this country. Apparently they're all in Greece and France. And you know what's the last thing? I screwed that up. Oh, never mind. Shall I try it again?
No.
You know what the first thing is that goes through the mind of an insect as it hits your windscreen? Yeah, sure, why not? Pippa in Wiltshire says, I hope the speed limit will apply to bikes as well, as they go much faster than 20 miles an hour and jump lights. Yeah, and also those skateboard things that magically go along. How do they do that? And the one-wheel things. Have you seen those? I don't know how they do that. It's almost like, we're just one step away from those floating hoverboards out of Back to the Future. Steve emails... and by the way, Back to the Future 2 has come true. Do you realise that? Biff Tannen is the President of the United States of America.
Oh, shut up!
Steve emails, you can actually drive at 9.9% above the speed limits before you get a ticket. The biggest problem is that the speedo in the car is not accurate and is always below true speed. Gone are the days when the police would use their discretion. I used to drive London to Preston in 2 hours flat. You can't do that anymore. I'm amazed you could ever do that in something that's not flying. Westminster. Hello, Ken.
Good evening there, Nick. Is this the mother? Is this the mother of all hate shows?
I've been blindsided.
Oh no! Is this the mother of all hate shows?
Yes, Ken.
I'm very concerned about you, Nicholas.
Well,
you seem to have an obsession and a hatred for Mr. Trump and Mr. Johnston.
Yes, and you should too.
I would advise you to go and see your doctor or a psychiatrist, Nick.
You can't get the appointments.
This is unhealthy for your mind.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Mm-hmm.
The Nick Abbott habit, your habit is to continually, and very sadly, attack and mock the US President and the Prime Minister of Great Britain.
Yeah, well, there's nothing that's mockable about the US President.
Bing bong!
At all.
Yeah, but you have to be careful. This obsession will affect you. It won't affect them, Nick. You know, when you hate someone, it's like taking poison and hoping the poison kills the person you hate.
Yeah, well, like Sting sang, when you hate someone, let them free.
Yeah, but you shouldn't hate them. They're precious souls. We're all precious souls to God. Wow. You're even precious. I'm precious to God.
Right. As soon as you started talking, I thought, God, this bloke's a bit precious. That's what I thought, Ken.
Well, I am precious. So are you. God loves us.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, do we love God or do we mock God? Yeah. That will determine your eternal destiny, Nick.
Right. And so God is Donald Trump to you?
No, of course not. I don't really like Donald Trump, but he's still a precious soul whom Jesus died for.
Yeah, I don't think Jesus died for Donald Trump. I'm fairly sure about that.
Nick, he died for every sinner.
No,
he died even for
well, if he died for every sinner, then he certainly picked a good one in Donald.
He died for me, and my sins are forgiven. I'm a new man in Christ.
Right, well, that's handy. So we can sin all we like.
No, I hate sin now. I turn away from sin by the grace of God. I phone you up because I love you as a person.
Okay, well, I love you too, Ken, and wish you all the best. Oh, I just can't. Anne-Marie says, plenty of flying insects here in Tenerife. I'm covered in mozzie bites. And on that subject, somebody else was whining about mosquitoes as well. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? Where's the other mosquitoes
Thank you, mate.
one?
Cheers for calling.
Oh no, he's busy. Anyway, Anne-Marie says, plenty of flying insects here in Tenerife. I'm covered in mozzie bite. But yeah, Lucas in Twickenham says, you're so biased. Now you're favouring EU insects. You lost. Get over it. And Josh says, have you noticed the lack of grasshoppers? We used to catch them as children and race them against each other, being too poor to enjoy the luxury of bats and balls. How do you race a grasshopper? Don't they just bounce off in any given direction? That seems like a cruel and unusual punishment. But a potentially amusing pastime. Mosquitoes. Somebody was complaining about daddy longlegs. Oh, here it is. D in Tulse Hill says, there's several daddy longlegs and mosquitoes in my living room as we speak, so they're not all in Greece or Germany. All mosquitoes must be killed on site, no exceptions. And you can include in that directive clothes moths, those little brown things that just disappear into dust when you smash them against the wall. But it's the smashing them that's the difficult bit. Because once they take off from the wall, they just disappear. I don't know how they do that, but it's like an invisible cloaking device, like they're out of Harry Potter. How do they do that? If you miss them and they take wing, then you'll never see them again, unless you have the death bat. Nothing kills clothes moths like a death bat. Believe me, it's so satisfying. When you get them really good, they explode. That's going to upset people, isn't it? Oh, please. Really? People are upset about killing clothes moths? They pop and they crackle, and sometimes they go bang. And that's the part I like the best. But they smell something awful. If you don't know what a death bat is, it's like a tennis racket, but it's got electrified strings. Don't put your tongue on it. Don't put your tongue on it. Let's have Lester. Hello, Martin.
Hello.
Martin.
Hello. Good evening. Am I on air?
It sounds like you.
It is. Okay, right. Didn't expect that. I've always been prepped before I've come on air. So
can I put you on hold? I'll put you on hold, shall I?
No, I'm ready.
Right, okay.
Okay, so there's a multitude of items you've covered.
Yes.
And I would like to cover them all with one unified solution, which is slightly insane, but not quite. Are you ready? Here we go. Number one, the insect problem. This is due to genetically modified crops, and therefore the insects can't feed properly, and they can't interbreed, and so cross-pollination doesn't happen, and as a result, they've gone to Europe. And we've actually taken on...
We don't have the genetically modified crops in any great number in this country.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, I beg to differ.
Well,
so,
then...
based on the research I have...
You can beg all you like. Research? Oh, what you mean? You read it on Facebook?
No. I read a fair bit.
On...
so we do actually
read a fair
have
bit
a certain
of what?
amount of it, not to the same level of the United States, but up to a point. But this, I was just covering that off because actually it's a side point. Traffic, so the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit and everything else that goes with this. So the major problem with this is we need these speed limits because we have people. We have too many people, we have too much congestion, therefore it creates more danger. We go back in many years in the past and we had less people and therefore there was less casualties.
I don't know,
So,
is that true?
is as follows.
I kind of doubt that that's true.
Well, we would have,
Don't tell me you've done research. Go ahead.
Okay, well, before the motor car was there, did we have any car accidents?
Oh, boy. You know, you should really have been prepped before you came on the air. Yeah, I blame myself.
I do have this, and it's simply this, that we're having, our population in the UK and worldwide has increased exponentially, and it's causing global warming. we are damaging our planet, and we are causing congestion to ourselves. We're having to introduce speed limits, etc., because there's too many of us. And
well, there's too many of you.
We have 9.56 billion hectares of arable land, and even if we became all vegetarian, for example, we could only have around 9 billion people.
Yeah, I think that we should become meat eaters. All of us should become meat eaters.
No,
and
actually, I'm
start...
proposing that we have to cull 2 billion people today.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm talking. That's the meat I'm talking about. The other white meat. We should start eating each other. People. Did you see that woman? I got to go, Martin. Just a little bit too annoying. No offence. Did you see that woman who stood up in, I think it was Andrea Ocasio-Cortez. I think I got that name right. AOC. That a politician who gets up Donald Trump's nose in America. Did you see that woman who stood up in one of her, I think it was a town hall meeting or something like that? And she, I mean, it was obviously either it was a stunt or she had issues. You know, as in those kind of issues. She said, there's too many of us. We've got to start eating babies. We must start eating babies. We have to start eating babies. That's what she said. It sounded like a put-up job to me. Either that or, she was away with the fairies. But that's a good idea. I mean, that's not a very controversial thing to say, is it? We must start eating babies straight away. Boris Johnson, see, it's easy to do. So alike. 2 plump peas in a pod. So Boris Johnson's plan that he's given the EU does not provide the basis for concluding an agreement, said the EU. And I think that is Boris Johnson's plan. To give them a plan that does not provide the basis for concluding an agreement. I think that's the it of it. Did you see that the Leo Varadkar, out of Ireland, said that Boris Johnson was defying the will of the people? Leo Varadkar accused Boris Johnson of defying the will of the people, claiming that the people want to stay in the EU. What? That's what he said. The Irish PM said polls suggested that the UK public would prefer to remain in the bloc, but they were being failed by the political system. Boo to the political system. No! And he's completely correct in every respect. Look up the polls. Surveillance poll on September the 25th had Leave on 45, Remain on 51. YouGov poll on September the 20th had Leave on 37, Remain on 46. Kantar poll on September the 9th had Leave on 34, Remain on 37. Delta poll on September the 4th had Leave on 40, Remain on 46. Panel Base on September the 6th had Leave on 45, Remain on 52. It's the same on virtually every poll taken since that crooked referendum. And if the massed ranks of bellowing Leavers really are really interested in the will of the people, they would be demanding that we stay in. But they aren't remotely interested in the will of the people. They got lucky, by hook and by crook, on one day, which they edged it, and they're sticking to that vote like a puppy sucks on its mother's teat.
Disgusting.
So what the Irish PM, Leo Varadkar, said was right. And what did the anti-Europe gang say to that? They said that he was meddling, fiddling about in something that's got nothing to do with him, they said, as though Ireland isn't the reason that we're all still talking about this. None of your business, they said. Stick to your leprechauns and your dancing with your arms glued to your sides. Why do they do that? It just looks like the silliest thing. Why do they dance with their arms glued to their sides? Hello? And Boris Johnson unveiled his boffo blueprint for Brexit heaven. He's cracked the problem with having a border by having a border a few miles from where the border is. There you are, problem solved, said absolutely no one. And Leo Varadkar said the idea didn't form the basis for an agreement, which is what the EU has also said. Speaking from the same, or singing from the same hymn sheet they are. Nick, have you accepted Jesus into your life, Nick? He said it didn't form the basis for an agreement, which I think is diplomatic speak for you're an idiot, Boris. And he effectively demanded another referendum, did Leo Varadkar. He said all the polls since the Prime Minister became the Prime Minister suggest that that's what the British people actually want, to stay in the EU. But their political system isn't able to give them that choice. Just give us a choice, Boris. The reason that he won't give us a choice is because he knows what the result will be. So he's trying to give us another choice, a different one. An election. You know, and what's really weird is that the people that are banging on about taking back democracy also want to shut down Parliament and not let us have another vote. But it's weirder than that, because the same people who are demanding control over our borders want no border between us and the EU. Confused?
Yes.
You bet we are. And if they'd just accepted Mrs M's deal, Theresa May's deal, we'd be out by now and successfully complaining about not having anything to eat. And Tory MP Peter Bone told the Mail Online that the comments from Leo Varadkar were extraordinary and meddling, he said, as though Ireland was somehow uninvolved in this. Peter Bone said, we had a once-in-a-lifetime referendum and there was a very clear majority for leaving the EU, but it hasn't been replicated since, implies that it was either a fluke or crooked or both. That's not what Peter Bone said. I said that. He said there was a very clear majority for leaving the EU. But it hasn't been replicated since, that very clear majority, which implies, as I said, that it was either a fluke or crooked or both. And Peter Bone said the reaction from my constituents would be, it's nothing to do with you, mate, as in Leo Varadkar. Nothing to do with you, Leo Varadkar. We make our own decisions, he said. We make our own decisions. What decisions? We haven't agreed on a decision for 3 years. He's talking like we are a decisive nation. We've been saying since 2016. And Tory MP Nigel Evans said the British people voted to leave the EU. We are Democrats in the UK, and we have never ignored the result of a referendum, unlike other EU countries, including Ireland. Well, it's easy not to ignore the result of a vote if you don't let people have one. I mean, the idea that we can only vote once on any issue, particularly one as complicated as this, and especially since we know how bent the campaign was, is not democratic. It's the opposite of that. And the massed ranks of Leavers are doing exactly what you'd expect. They're saying that the reason why this is already confused and cobbled together, this plan from Boris Johnson, why it won't get the EU's approval, is because the European Union are being beastly to us. Which seems like that's been the plan from the PM all along. Make them an offer they can refuse and then blame them for refusing it. And you could set your watch by it. Boris asks Europe for something that they've said all along that they won't give, a border in Ireland, and Europe said no. And furthermore... No. And the European Parliament Steering Group said safeguarding peace and stability on the island of Ireland, protection of citizens and EU's legal order has to be the main focus of any deal. They said the UK proposals do not match even remotely what was agreed as a sufficient compromise in the backstop. We haven't budged an inch. And yet, what they're doing is, what our lot seem to be doing is concentrating on maintaining the public profile of all this. Absolutely zero effort to get a deal done, and maximum efforts to make it look like they're getting a deal done while blaming the EU for not getting a deal done. It's all about optics, baby. It makes you think, don't it, that Boris Johnson wasn't serious. Makes you think that he gave the EU the opportunity to be blamed for us leaving with no deal. Yeah, I bet Boris Johnson and his hench persons are just hugging themselves that everything is going to plan. You know, like their Ocean's 11. Three Stooges, more like. And the Irish Prime Minister, Leo Varadkar, said there were 5 ways to avoid a hard border. The reunification of Ireland, the Irish Republic rejoining the UK remaining in the single market and the customs union, the border backstop mechanism, or the UK reversing the Brexit decision. And as the first two, the reunification of Ireland and the Irish Republic rejoining the UK are as likely as Boris getting caught in a zip wire again, and remaining in the single market and the customs union is out, and MPs hate the backstop, so it's the last one. Reversing the decision to leave. What's controversial about that? Leo Varadkar said 2 different customs zones on the island would be very hard to reconcile. He said, we don't want to see any customs posts between North or South, and nor do we want to see any tariffs or restrictions on trade between the North and the South. He said they were all abolished in the 90s. We don't want to go back to that. and the majority of the people in the north don't want that. The majority of the people in the Republic of Ireland don't want that, which sounds like it's the will of the people to me. And it's not just our lot who would have to agree. MEPs would have to agree as well, and they're not all members of the kaleidoscopic clown show, you know. I mean, there's a lot of them. A few aren't that, together.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
EU Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker said the ideas that Boris is putting forward are problematic. Well, you can say that again. You can say it again in French. And Michel Barnier, the EU negotiator, said the EU will have to guarantee not to enforce a hard border, even if the arrangements collapse. And then they'd be trapped with no backstop to preserve the single market. And because it's us that are insisting on leaving, it seems a bit rich for us to demand that as we depart, we destroy the club that we're leaving. It's like asking the doorman of a gentleman's club that you've just resigned from for a match so you can burn the building down. We paid our dues. Why can't we have one? But apart from that, it's all going tremendously well. Catford, hello, Steve.
Hello, Nick. I was all ready to talk about bugs and cars, and you brought up the B word, but
Well, ignore that. Just pretend I never said anything.
Okay, but I was just wondering. You made me think as you were brilliantly analysing the situation as usual.
Well, it was not my intention to make you think. I apologise.
Imagine you're 17. You're a thinking, intelligent 17-year-old in 2016. You're now 20. You're turning 21. Your future is literally in the balance. You are the generation. That generation are the ones that are going to be most affected by this stupid Brexit thing. This idiotic, ill thought out and corrupt. I think I'm not just. It was corrupt.
Yeah, it's not my generation, but they will die before they get old. You know what with climate change and all that. Happy birthday, 21-year-olds.
So that idea that whether you can roam across Europe, that wonderful idea of free movement. What is wrong with free movement? How did that?
Well, let's not get carried away. They'll still be able to go on holiday. It's just they won't be able to live there anymore.
No. Anyway, bugs.
Yes.
I think I've talked to you before. When I first started driving 40 years ago, I think it's actually 41 years ago. I had a friend who lived in Kent, in Shoreham, which is from where I lived about a 45-minute drive. It's up the A2 into Kent, and it's a lovely little village. Now, every time I had a little Hillman Imp. That was my first.
Wait a minute, you had a Hillman Imp? I had one of. Well, not I did, but my parents had one of those. That was our first car. Worst car ever. Actually, I quite liked it. That back window was quite satisfying, wasn't it?
It was. It was. That's all I could afford. It was like a sewing machine, really.
What colour was it?
It was white. It was sort of
white,
grey, white. Yeah. Anyway,
all the colours of the Hillman Imp seem to be a mistake. so that's not quite what they were intending, but they thought, oh, to hell with it, that'll do.
Yeah, it was dreadful, but I loved it. I didn't know any better, to be honest. But anyway, when I got to Shoreham, 45 minutes after leaving, where I lived, my windscreen would be absolutely splattered.
Yeah, you had to take a flamethrower. You might as well just trash the car after one journey. It was covered in insects. Yes.
And we still go out there. It's a lovely place. It's a lovely little walk around there, and there's a nice pub there. And now, sadly, and almost unbelievably, there's no insects.
Zero.
It's scary.
Yeah. It is scary. Mass death of insects and other flying things, because with the insects, so go the birds. Ah, poor little birds.
Yeah, I mean, this is important stuff. But also the other thing, and I never thought about this until quite recently, when I would do that drive, you go up the A2, it's something called the Sidcup bypass.
Oh my God! You're one of these people who shows up at parties and I was going to take the Sidcup bypass, but
I'm not.
I thought I'd take the B326 because if you get off at Reigate, then there's a bit of a dog leg there, but I think you'll find it's a better trip.
Look, Nick, cease. But there's about 2 miles.
You can't tell me to cease on my own show. Coming in here and telling me to cease. Can you believe that?
There's a 2 mile stretch of houses up this bypass that goes onto the motorway. I don't know why I didn't notice this before, but every driveway was a garden. There was a little garden with privet hedges, flowers and stuff. And now they're all paved over.
Yes.
I went up there about 2 weeks ago. Everyone. It was depressing.
Well, it's not just depressing, and it's not just taking a lot of valuable insect, all the flora and fauna. It's preventing rain from getting into the
aquifer, I believe.
Precisely.
Yes, I learned that the other day as well. Internet's great, isn't it?
Well, it's all right. I don't know. I haven't found much interesting on there.
But it's terrible. I want insects. I want gardens and flowers, and I want to come back into the EU, and then we can sort it out from within.
Right.
It's not
Okay.
perfect.
Talk.
And this mouth belongs to Maxine in Croydon. Hello, Maxine.
Hello, my lovely. I ain't spoken to you for ages, my love.
Haven't I been lucky?
Ain't you just? Now, what do you want, bugs or cyclists? Even though they're much the same, but there you go, you always got a bug on a cyclist. But go on, what do you want?
Let's have bugs first.
Right, bugs. Horny bugs.
Pardon?
Horny bugs.
Horny
Have you
bugs.
never seen a horny bug?
What's
They're
a horny-
like giant... A horny bug. They're like giant lumps of Velcro. Have you never seen one? They're like a giant bumblebee.
They're giant lumps of Velcro.
They're like Velcro. They get in your hair, they stick in your hair. You've got to get rid of them. They're horrible.
I've never heard of anything like it in my life. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? A horny
They're
bug
called
that sticks in your
horny
hair?
bugs. Get your people to Google it now. The horny bugs. Me
Well,
and
I
my
will
brother.
not get my people to do anything of the sort for 2 reasons. One, I don't take homework. And 2, I don't have any people.
You've got your people there.
I've got no people. What people?
The ones that look after you, my
There's
darling.
nobody who looks after me. I'm not Steve Allen.
Who answers the phone? Oh, don't talk about him and his tea
I
towels.
don't have
I bet you have you got a Steve Allen tea towel?
No, I do not. I couldn't get one. That's completely sold out. I do not have a
Yeah, no,
cloud.
I tried
you just
as
can't get a
well.
word in edgeways with you, can I? It's like,
Yeah,
it's
look,
like I'm
right, now
under
we're gonna
oral assault.
Right, now, we're going to talk about the horny bugs. I think they're called hornet bugs, but I'm not sure. They're like giant bumblebees.
Right. Never heard of them.
Well, you have a look.
I will
Anyway,
not have
me
a
and my
look.
brother.
I'll get my people to have
Right.
a look. How does that sound?
All right, do your people. Right, me and my brother, we used to go down with our badminton rackets and used to stand under, I think it was an oak tree, and they used to come out. And when they come out, we used to whack them with the badminton racket. Because
You don't sound like the sort of person who would have a badminton racket for any reason other than killing things.
yeah, but it's bigger than a fly swat.
Right.
And I don't like any stag beetles. Have you seen the stag beetle
Yeah,
lately?
but they're all right. As long as they're outside.
No, they're not.
Absolutely. As long as they're outside, I don't mind. It's when they come inside that we have a big problem. Huge.
Yeah, but they don't come in the house.
Well, that's fine then.
So why do you have a problem if they come inside and they don't come in the house?
Because
They're
that's where
always outside.
inside is where I live.
Yeah, but do you have them come in your house?
Some insects come in my house. Yes, spiders and clothes moths specifically. And
Spiders?
all spiders
Spiders only
and
come-
clothes moths must be executed on site. No exceptions.
I agree with you. I agree with you there, my darling, and I'm guessing you're there with your SWAT gun
Yeah, my death bat.
and your death. I've heard about this before because we've had this conversation loads of times. And I remember a couple of years ago, you even turned around and said where we could get one of these death SWATs from.
Yeah. I'm going to get a really powerful one and use it on you, Maxine.
There's no need for that right now. We've discussed the bugs. right?
Yes.
So now we go on to the cyclists.
Cyclists.
Right, I can't stand them.
Why?
I like bugs. Because they've got all the gear and no idea. Right, they go down the road with them little helmets on their head that looks like they're a wasp that's just come out of the trendy gang. You've seen them, haven't you?
No.
The cyclists. They've got them pointed hats on their heads.
Right. Well, they got they have pointy heads. If you've got a pointy head,
No,
get a pointy hat.
No, but you've seen them with them helmets on their heads.
I was in an art gallery the other day, and somebody, I presume that he came with a bicycle, but he was wandering around the gallery in lycra bicycle shorts.
Disgusting.
Put it away,
And
mate.
no
Nobody wants to
bike.
see that.
And no bike, I guess.
Yeah.
Or it might have been one of Boris's bikes that you can drive around London.
Well, nobody wants to get
But-
dressed up to go on one of those bikes. You don't get dressed up
I know.
in speed gear to go on one of those lumbering things.
Yeah, but you've got to notice this. Look, let me tell you something. I was outside my shop having a cigarette, chatting to people going down the road. All of a sudden, bikes, they come whizzing down the wrong way, on the path, nearly running me over. 3 times I nearly got run over. I only went out for a cigarette, my darling. And then...
Right, if the cigarettes don't
you
kill
know
you,
what really gets me?
cyclists will.
No, when I'm at the traffic lights in the car, waiting there, red light, all of a sudden, there goes a cyclist straight past me, straight through the red light.
Yeah.
Now,
There you are, eating a
If
sandwich
I
with one
was-
hand and smoking a fag with the other.
and then trying to put the lipstick on. Now, no, here you go. Here's where it gets me. If I was to jump the red light,
Yeah.
£80 fine.
Yeah.
Cyclist, here we go. You need to get a campaign up, my love.
I will certainly do that. Yes, straight
Get to
away.
the remote.
I'll get my
With
people on
your
it. If
rock
that.
gangs.
All right. Okay. Leave it with me, Maxine. 034. I feel like I've been through 3 rounds. I'm just waiting for the bell. 0345 6060 973. And on that subject, here is a call in Ealing. Anthony.
Poor old Nick, you won't know what that woman's on about. I've lived abroad. I know you come from Scotland. I've lived in Scotland, and I've seen these things because I come from Croydon, and I think the proper name is cockchafers, and they're like a big bumblebee, and they come out like moths and go around the light, and they're huge things. But I think I looked them up once, and they're called cockchafers or maybugs or something like that, and they're very common in the Croydon area, as are stag beetles in the month of June. But these are in any time of the year, and they come out at night, and they bloody horrible-looking things.
Well, have you ever seen it?
Language.
Well, I'm unfamiliar with those, what you're describing. But have you ever... I've only ever seen one in America, a June bug.
Yeah.
The B-52s wrote a song about one.
Rock and roll!
A June bug. Now, it sounds pleasant, doesn't it? June bug. It sounds... Oh, that sounds quite nice. Wrong.
Well,
a June bug is a big fat thing with wings made of razor blades. I'm not making that up. When one bumps into you, it actually slices you open like its wings are made of razor blades.
Well, they're quite big and fearsome looking, although I don't think they do any harm. Now, I haven't been to the States, but I've been all over Europe and all over this country, and the only place that I've ever seen is Croydon.
Yeah.
Because Croydon is quite a green area, unlike West London,
I'm
where
not
I'm
sure
now.
about that. Croydon, green. It's a festering...
Well, it is. Well, you don't know. You don't
festering
come from
pile
there.
of hideousness. That's what I heard.
No, because Croydon is in Surrey, and it's on the lovely countryside parks of Surrey. It's not
Yeah,
like
but
West
people,
London.
if you've not been to Croydon...
Warning!
What he's describing is not what Croydon is actually like. You're talking about
Not the
south of
centre.
Croydon.
Not the centre, but the centre is all office blocks, which Ealing is rapidly becoming a bit like Croydon due to the property development. But we're talking about on the outskirts of Croydon.
Right, well, you're talking about not Croydon.
Well, we're talking about East Croydon, South Croydon, where I was born and where I come from, where there's a lot of greenery, a lot of green parks. And it's on the edge of the Surrey countryside, and we used to have an allotment in that area, and I remember these things used to be down the allotment as well, if you were there during dusk. And you could be right about them, though. I haven't been to the state, but the only place I've seen them in this country or in Europe is in Croydon.
Right.
Like it or lump it.
OK, well, there's another excellent reason not to go to Croydon. Thanks a lot, Anthony. The alligators for my moat, it was tremendous. That has to be the best story of the week so far. Donald Trump and his demented moat. I'll get to that in a minute. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Annie Carnforth.
Hey up, Nick. How
Hey
you
up,
doing?
Annie.
I'm all right, thanks. How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. Before I say what I rung you up to say, I just wanted to say something
What,
else.
did you not say... What, did you not ring up to say this?
No, well, I did. I rang up to talk to you about insects.
Yes.
But if I could just say something else, because I might not get to talk to you again
Okay,
before
then.
October the 27th.
Right.
It's Cats Protection are having a National Black Cat Day on October the 27th.
Oh, right.
And
okay.
they really want to encourage people
Yes, quite
to adopt
right.
black cats or black and white ones.
I like black cats. We always had a black cat in my house.
I love black cats. We've just adopted two in March, and they're completely crazy, and we absolutely adore them, but they are the naughtiest cats we've ever had, actually. They're constantly doing terrible things, but...
I'm just looking up when the 31st of October is, because that's the date of our glorious exit from our evil European overlords. And on the first day of our newfound freedom is a Friday. So I'll be on that night. So we'll have had a whole day of freedom to talk about on that Friday. Isn't that great? I can't wait.
Awful, or even chaos. Oh, dear. I'm stockpiling like mad. I'm doing my Brexit stockpile. My carers joke about our spare bedroom. They call it a shop now. It's just full of stuff.
What are you
Full of
stockpiling?
food.
Food?
Oh, food, yeah. Food, toilet rolls.
Oh, God, can you imagine if we ran out of toilet rolls?
Toilet rolls, yeah.
I mean, I don't mind running out of baked beans or fruit even, but toilet rolls...
Yeah, that would be dire, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, kitchen rolls, toilet rolls,
But
loads
anyway,
of food.
yeah, but back to the cats, because I know what you're talking about, but a lot of people may not know. People don't buy black cats anymore. In fact, when the cats have black kittens, they just chuck them out, don't they? And the reason is awful. Now, if you don't know the reason, then prepare yourself, sit down and grip onto something firm. The reason that people don't have black cats anymore, and that catteries are absolutely stuffed to the gills with black cats, specifically that colour, is because, are you ready? Black cats don't show up in selfies. What? That's the reason why. When people sit there pouting at their blooming phones and taking selfies of themselves all day long, if they've got a black cat in the picture, it just looks like a shadow. They don't show up. That's the reason why people don't have black cats. Isn't that awful?
It is absolutely awful, although I'm not sure if it's the only reason, because I think there's always been a bit of a problem with them, but yeah, I'm sure that's something to do with it being much worse.
What do you mean by problem?
Just that, they often get left, because I think people want the prettier ones, the colourful ones, the tortoiseshells or gingers or...
I don't think there's anything better looking than a black cat.
No, I don't. I think they look fabulous. They're very elegant, aren't they? The all-black ones.
Yeah.
But our two, they're mainly black, but they've got white socks and white bib. They're cute, but they're very naughty. But, yeah, and...
Do they have that berserk time in the day where they just go absolutely mad and start running about the place and up and down the curtains? They've got this wild, staring look in their eyes.
Yeah, they did a lot when we had to keep them in the first month. We had to keep them in and not let them out,
right.
Because they were new to us. And, yeah, they were tearing around the house and chewing things up, chewing up all sorts.
Yeah.
But now they go out a lot in the day. They just cause havoc outside and inside sometimes. They have... The latest really bad thing they did was we had a box in the kitchen, just a cardboard box, and it was all folded up, the 4 bits of the cardboard thing all folded over, with some plant fertiliser granule things in a bag inside the box. They broke into the box, dragged out the bag onto the floor, which was quite heavy. I don't know how they managed to do it, and broke into the big, thick plastic bag and started eating the plant fertiliser and ended up in the vets for the day. Unfortunately, because it was organic, the vet said it would have been a lot worse if it hadn't been organic, because, you know, if it just been the chemically stuff. But it was bad enough. They were really sick everywhere, all over the house.
Oh, God.
Everywhere.
Stupid cats.
So, yeah, they are really naughty cats. But, yeah, it's just such a shame, because there's one black cat that was there when we went in March. When I went, one of the carers took me in March, and he's still there.
Oh.
I know one of the carers' mums is a fosterer, and he's still there, and he's 10, and he's black, and nobody wants him. And
I wonder if this is a phase that we're going through, and in future years, people will look back at this and just laugh uproariously at the amount of pictures that people were taking of themselves. For crying out loud, get over yourselves. Stop perfecting your selfie pout. And start living your life without looking at it through your blooming phone.
Oh, it's just mad, isn't it? The whole way people behave with their phones, full stop. I mean, they ignore each other all the time. You see people just sitting together and just completely ignoring each other. They might as well not be together.
Exactly. Because they've got together because they presumably like each other's company, but they spend all the time in each other's company communicating with somebody else by typing. It's true. If 20 years ago I told you that the kids today would spend most of their spare time typing, you'd have thought I'd lost my mind. But that's exactly what they're doing.
They do, and they're just communicating with somebody else who isn't there, ignoring the person that they're with.
Precisely.
Which seems very odd to me.
Weird.
Yeah, it is really weird. So anyway, that's a cat thing. But the other thing I was going to say about insects is, one of your callers said that they were been driving in France and Greece, and there were lots more insects. I just wondered if that's because a lot of our farming here is very intensive, but also we're much more crammed in here. We're a very densely populated country compared to France, say, which has got roughly the same population, but massively big.
Yeah, well, that is true. But you just drive out of any city for 5 minutes and you're in nothing but countryside for as far as the eye can see. I mean, take a train trip from anywhere to anywhere and you're going through empty land. But we do have monocultures here, just field after field after field of the exact same crop, and that can't be good for insects.
No, definitely not, and it's what we put on them as well.
Yeah.
Although those neonic pesticides they have been partially banned, haven't they? I don't think they've banned them all, but by the EU, fortunately. But I can imagine when we come out of the EU, that might all completely.
Well, we'll do whatever Donny tells us to
reverse.
do. We'll take back control of our country and give it to the screaming Mimi.
That's right, and also that's another thing. Since they've prorogued Parliament, some really important acts that were just about to go through and be finalised have now not gone through, like the Environment Act. I think there's another one, the Animal Cruelty Act, which is really important, and the RSPCA are fuming about it, because at the moment, for animal cruelty, the maximum penalty for, really horrendous animal cruelty is 6 months in jail. And
well, you get less than that for human cruelty.
Oh, it's just crazy. I mean, it's just crazy. It's ridiculous. So
that's not quite the answer that you wanted, but never mind about animal cruelty. Well, animal cruelty.
What do you mean you get less than that? I didn't quite. Sorry, I'm a bit tired tonight.
6 months for being cruel to an animal, but you don't get 6 months for being cruel to a human.
Well, you might do. It depends what you did.
Well, exactly right. Yeah,
if
depends
you
what you do.
Starved someone to death and kept them locked in somewhere, I think you might get more than 6 months.
That is an extreme example. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, with, really bad animal cruelty, that kind of thing, the maximum...
Well, we're a single-issue obsessive country at the moment. Let's hope that when Brexit happens, then we'll start to think about other things.
Oh, I don't think so, Nick. I think this is going to go on for years and years and years. We're going to be arguing.
Don't say that.
I'm sure we are.
I can't stand it.
No, I can't stand it either, honestly. I've got to the stage where half the time I just switch the radio off, especially phone-ins.
Not this show, surely.
Oh, not that. No, not your show.
Of course not. Well, that's a relief.
A lot of shows when it's on and on and on about Brexit, and I think, I can't listen to any more of this. I just can't do it to myself. I just switch it off and put some music on. I think, can't bear it anymore.
OK, listen, Annie, I've got to go. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Sevenoaks. Hello, James.
Hello?
James.
Yeah, we used to have an absolutely mad black cat, and it would sit. We had one of those floor-to-ceiling mirrors in our front hallway, and it would just sit there looking at its reflection, and then it would kind of hiss every now and again and attack the reflection in the mirror.
Because as a kid with a cat, I did try experimenting with showing the cat its reflection in the mirror, but it just wasn't interested. It just refused to look at it.
No, ours used to go absolutely nuts. It would just sometimes start clawing at the mirror and hissing at it and everything. But
the best thing to do with a cat, if you really want to see a cat go berserk, is to catch. It happened by accident because the sun was shining on a watch that I had, and it just put a pinpoint of light on the wall, and the cat goes mad for that. If you make the pinpoint of light, I mean, it's a point about the size of a penny on the wall, and you could just move it about, and the cat just goes berserk for that, scrabbling at the wall. Yeah.
Well, they also do that with those laser pens.
Oh, the laser
pens. Get the old red dot on the wall.
Yeah.
But about insects, in commercial kitchens and things like that, they've got those kind of blue neon lights that attract the flies.
Yes.
You can get them on Amazon, and we've got one in our kitchen.
Oh,
and
that's a horrible thing to have. What do you want one of those for?
But, you were saying when you get them with your electric bat.
Yes.
It's incredibly satisfying because every now and again you go into the kitchen and you'll hear this kind of you'll hear a crackling or a sizzling noise.
Pop.
And then it instantly, sometimes it's a loud snap.
Yeah.
As if someone's really loudly snapped their fingers, and it's just the smell is awful.
It is absolutely disgusting. Burning insects is the worst smell I've ever had.
Burning insect flesh, but it's it just sits in the corner of our kitchen, and
but that sounds like a horrible thing to have in your kitchen.
Well, no, they have them in commercial kitchens to keep the flies away.
Well, yeah, that's right. But you don't relax in a commercial kitchen, do you? Whereas in your own kitchen, surely you want to sit in there and have a cup of coffee and a light relax every now and again, don't you?
Yeah. I sit there with a cup of coffee and I watch the poor little blighters crawl through the things and go fizzle, crack, pop.
Yeah. You like to sit there relaxing and watch other things die.
Something like that, yeah.
You're frightening me, James.
If you go to America, there's a competition I was reading about on this website, and there's like a giant orange insect, and people have been driving around in their 4x4s trying to get it wedged in their grill on the 4x4s.
A giant orange insect.
Oh, shut up!
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, James. 0345 6060 973. On that subject, Oliver says, Nick, enough with the splattering of insects already. I'm trying to enjoy my packet of crisp. Singular. That's what I mean. I know they don't put many of those things in those packets anymore, but really, it was a packet of crisp. Crisps. There's something about crisps. Well, just fried potatoes in general. I know I've mentioned this before, but I'm convinced that when the frying of potatoes creates drugs. I'm certain of it. Tell me one other item of food that if somebody else orders it in a restaurant, you would take off their plate. There isn't one. Chips. I mean, you wouldn't reach over and get a spoonful of mashed potato, would you? Same thing. You wouldn't ask for a bit of their baked potato, but fried potatoes? Ooh, so yummy. I'm certain that the frying of potatoes makes drugs. Groovy. And crisps, well, people just go mad for crisps, don't they? I bet you want crisps right now.
Trying to be funny because I'm all out of laughs.
Tom says there are dozens of June bugs in Poland. Every few years there's like a plague, and they cause huge damage to trees. You can literally shake a tree and dozens fall out. They are alarming, those things. It is like a big fat, like a moth, I suppose, but it's much, much faster and way more aggressive. And I'm not kidding. If it touches you, it slices you open like it's got razor blades for wings. It's probably got acid for blood. like the alien monster. Nick tweets, Nick, you've just claimed that you're not Steve Allen, but have the two of you ever been seen in the same room at the same time? Case closed. Well, that's a good point, Nick. And this one says, don't kill spiders. They do a good job of killing nasties like flies. What? No, they don't. They do a very bad job of that. I mean, the amount of spiders' webs that are outside of them. Don't go back in your garden today. You're in for a big surprise. Because you're going to get spiders' webs all over your face. Your beautiful face. They're everywhere. Stretching from, stretching like yards from one bush to the next. How do they do that? How do spiders get a web to go so far? How do they do that? Unless they use their spidey skills and squirt it out of their bottoms. Awful. But they're spanning huge distances now, and then you walk through them because you can't see them unless the sun is glinting off them, and you get it all over your face hole. Terrible. And there's never anything in them. I never see anything caught in a spider's web, ever. So they're doing a terrible job of catching flies. Apparently they can live for years without eating anything. It says, kill all the flies you like. Same for mosquitoes. Catch spiders in a glass and put them outside. If you see a large house spider, it's usually a male looking for a female. I'm feeling don't move it about. I'm reading that. Where was that? I'm feeling guilty for spoiling his amorous travels. So I don't squash them, but out they go, says that anonymous interlocutor. Okay, then. Durham. Hello, Paul.
Good evening. I just wanted to phone. I now live in Durham, but I wanted to phone and back up your previous callers because I've spent the first 48 years of my life in Croydon. And these superbugs, as I call them, really do exist in Croydon.
What are they?
Well, I don't know. I can only describe them. The only time I ever saw a locust was in a lab when I was in primary school. Well, not primary school, secondary school.
Yeah.
They're about that size and they hover at about 3 feet and they are enormous. I've travelled all over Europe. I've heard crickets and all the rest of it, but I've never seen anything like this. And I worked in central Croydon, which is like a modern-day war zone, but I lived in South Croydon, and then you've got places like Purley, Riddlesdown, Sanderstead, Selsdon, which are, although under the London Borough of Croydon, quite rural areas, and that's where they exist.
Huh.
And they are enormous, and I've never seen them anywhere else, despite having friends in Epsom and Sutton and all the rest of it. They just only seem to live in Croydon, so it's a Croydon phenomenon. And that was the reason I called you, but the other reason was, as I'm sat here now with my 5 black cats, enjoying Saturday night and talking to you. They're all rescue jobs, and they're all enjoying listening to you.
Well, people should get over this selfie obsession and start buying black cats from rescue homes again, because morons who obsess in taking pictures of themselves don't want black cats because they don't show up in selfies. That's an actual thing. Incredible.
An animal is an animal, and that's it. I would never, whenever sadly one of ours passes, because we have 5, we go straight to the rescue home and we ask, how long what's your oldest resident?
Yeah.
And it's always a black cat.
Oh, good for you.
One we end up with.
Excellent news. All right, thanks a lot, Paul.
Enjoy your programme. Thank
Cheers.
you very much.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. I must do, speaking of animals and so on, I'll talk about bigger animals that are even more frightening than the smaller animals that we're talking about. And those are the ones that Donald Trump wanted for his huge and tremendous wall. Has to be the story of the story of the year so far. That man has completely lost his mind. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Exactly. Tony says, my black cat used to jump on my bed and headbutt me. Well, it wasn't headbutting you. He was butting his head against you, but I think that means, it was a love. Or feed me. Or get out of bed and entertain me. One of the above. Mick in Westcliff says, the current population of the United Kingdom is 66 million. 17 million people voted to leave the EU, which means that 49 million didn't. Stop bringing up the B word. Lloyd in Edgware says, Nick, you're spot on about the insects, because in the 70s my uncle's car was covered in them, but I see none today. Did I read that one out already? I'm on repeat. Can we excise all the ones that are about Brexit? Or
are we proroguing them?
I never want to hear the word prorogue again. I didn't like it the first time I heard it, and I absolutely flat out hate it now. It's a terrible word. It's a stupid word, and I can't abide it. Prorogue. I mean, it sounds like something that only Jacob Rees-Mogg would say. No, put them in a separate file, and in an emergency, I'll come to them later. All right. Thank you for your cooperation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
This says it's true what Nick is saying. You can't rely. Hey, that's a B one. You haven't put it in the file yet.
They've all got the B ones.
Oh, it's true. You can't rely on the 17.4 million people anymore because of the lies and the rubbish behind the vote. It's wrong to use that rhetoric in every way now, as it's not justifiable, says Ben. Now, I shouldn't have read that because it should be in a special file. So I'll pick another one. See if this is an error. Scott in Maidstone says, Nick, this week in the office we had to vote for a place to go for lunch. The majority... wait a minute. This is voting and the majority. This sounds like a B thing.
This is strictly not political.
All right, then. He says the majority decided on Indian, but one individual didn't want Indian, as he'd rather have a salad. Even though the majority was Indian food, the majority won due to a grievance. Democracy doesn't work and everyone can bleep off. I didn't get that. Even though the majority was Indian food, the minority won due to a grievance. Oh, well, you had to go and eat salad just because one person wanted to eat salad. Oh, now we're into the old the issue about vegans coming to a dinner party. And then you have to go and either everybody has to eat vegan food.
Boring!
And I'll get no argument about that. Or you have to provide a vegan meal especially for that person. But if you go over to their place, do they give you a steak?
No.
Of course not. There are no problems here. But there may be something wrong with your radio. Is it running out of batteries? I had a tremendous meeting with Kim Jong-un, and he gave me a great letter. It was the best letter that anybody's ever had. You should only dream of getting such a letter. What was in the letter, President Trump? Oh, I haven't opened it. The world's biggest baby, President Trump. That still doesn't sound right, does it? President Donald Trump. Can you believe that? He took a break from starting Twitter wars with teenage girls to tell those around him that haven't left or been fired or put in jail that he doesn't just want a wall.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
No, not just a wall, because a 3,000-mile wall won't work. And Mexico isn't paying for one. And that's not crazy enough. He said he wanted US forces with bayonets to block people from crossing the United States or crossing into the United States from across the Mexican border. Shall I start this again? God. In fact, this whole hour needs to be started again. A 3,000-mile wall won't work, and Mexico won't pay for it. And so that's not crazy enough. Now he wants US forces to fix bayonets to block people from crossing into the United States across the Mexico border because they're bad hombres and they don't like it up 'em. Everybody says so, believe me. But why stop at bayonets? Because the Screaming Mimi also wanted a moat. A moat that could be stocked with dangerous reptiles like snakes, which he could supply from his own staff, and alligators, which he could buy in. He wanted a moat filled with snakes and alligators on a 3,000-mile wall. The man's an idiot.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
But not only that. Oh, no, he floated the idea that US forces could open fire on migrants as they attempted to enter the country. You know, like they're at a fairground shooting for prizes. And someone said that wouldn't be such a great idea, being as how it might be illegal to kill people. And so Trump said, well, why don't you just shoot them in the legs to slow them down and make them easier to catch? You know, like his Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator 2. He'll live. And Donny also wanted spikes on top of his wall to kill those who get past the rifle range and the crocodile pit. It sounds like he's not expecting refugees. It sounds like he's expecting Indiana Jones. And, of course, the president denied those claims on Twitter, which is the way that people comment on football scores and take the mickey out of TV stars, and is apparently the record of presidential communications. Apparently.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
He said, the press has gone crazy. Fake news. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's really hard to believe that he would ask China to interfere in America's next election by digging up dirt on his opponents, while he was under investigation for asking Ukraine to interfere in America's next election by digging up dirt on his opponents. I mean, he wouldn't be that stupid, would he? Who would believe that if it hadn't happened right in front of our faces? He is the world's worst criminal. I did it. It was me. I broke the law, but breaking the law is not a crime. The idea for bayonet surfaced about the same time as the president began sending US soldiers to the border last year, according to one of the officials involved in the discussions, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, so as not to get death threats from the President of the United States of America, because that's where we are with this malevolent clown. In fact, that could actually be him in that new Joker film. Except Donny wears much more makeup.
Oh, shut up!
Trump would be throwing extremes at the wall when he was frustrated, said this official, who, like others, characterised some of Trump's suggestions as fanciful musings that aides did not interpret as serious directives. Frustration and fanciful music. Hey, your poor Donny's frustrated, Melania.
I don't care.
Aides who participated in the meetings typically divided the president's proposals into two categories. Those considered the most extreme, alligators and gunfire, were not acted upon, but other proposals were taken more seriously or implemented. You know, people actually went out to cost building a moat and filling it with alligators. They actually went out shopping for it. On his instructions. The whole world's gone insane. He also asked for the border barrier to be painted black and to top it with sharpened spikes that could pierce their flesh, because, you know, that's less crazy than wanting them to be eaten alive by dinosaurs. And that black paint, by the way, would cost $1 million a mile, because it absorbs heat from the desert and makes the barrier hot to touch. He wants immigrants to get burned, shot, drowned and eaten. Welcome to the United States of America.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
And also he could get a round of applause from the drooling yeehaws that he attracts to his safe space rallies. He wanted to boast about how low levels of immigration under his totally smart, not stupid leadership. But amazingly, with him at the helm, people still wanted to get to America because it was better than where they'd been. And if you were being shot at and starved to death and sharing a country with just drove myself into the ground, face first. If you were being shot at and starved to death, even sharing a country with Donald Trump might sound a little bit better. But asylum seekers, when they get to America, they have to be assessed by law. So Trump wanted a line of guards and snakes and crocodiles and spikes and hot walls to stop them getting in the first place. And so Donny got grumpy and he vowed to stop them from entering at all, but they came in ever larger numbers because of poverty and persecution and violence. And they travelled thousands of miles to make a better life for themselves. Whereas, by the way, Donald Trump never moved a muscle. He just got his dad to give him $400 million to get him a better life.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
And so Donny started flailing his arms like a broken windmill.
I know a lot about wind. And
he demanded billions of dollars for a wall. And he wanted a line of troops with bayonets and wanted shooting migrants in the legs and sharks with lasers in their eyes, and he wanted to take money from ex-military funds, and he wanted to steal land from those people who own the areas next to his wall. All of which is about as far from being presidential as you could possibly get.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
And now he's under investigation for trying to subvert American democracy, which sounds like treason to me. The only surprising thing is it took so long. And this is the man that we want a huge and tremendous trade deal with, expecting him to play nice and do us a favour. Remember,
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Hadley, Simon.
Hello. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Thank you for letting me on.
Simon.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, initially I rung up about cats.
Yes.
Black ones at that. I think you're completely wrong on your assessment why black cats are not taken up.
That doesn't sound like me, but go ahead.
Okay. My wife is a volunteer for Cats Protection League, and the issue, they have loads of black cats, black and white cats, that just are not accepted as something that people want. And this has a long history, mainly related to which is familiars, which were black cats, etc.
Yeah.
And certainly that is superstition is the reason why black cats are just left to the side, whereas if you're homing or rehoming any other cat, it's fine, as long as it's not a black cat.
No, I don't think that's right. I mean, haven't we left witchcraft behind? That's hundreds of years ago.
It is. But let's not forget that in the 1600s, many women were murdered for being witches.
Yeah, but less so today.
Thank God.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. I mean, this is the article that I read a little while ago, that people didn't want black cats because they don't show up in selfies.
That is rubbish. I can post you some selfies of my black and white cat.
Please don't do that.
Okay, I won't then.
As long as, well, you can do that as long as you're not in them.
No, I'm not in them.
Okay, I don't mean that to sound offensive, but I don't want to see a picture of you, that's all.
Yeah, I don't want me to be public.
Right.
Fair enough. But yeah, my cat is amazing.
Okay. Well, now what do you mean by
and
amazing?
Again, it's a rehome.
It's amazing. What's amazing about it?
It has the personality
of a cat.
Well, yes, as all cats do. But we know we always rehome cats. We don't go and look out for new ones or that. We don't even agree with that.
Right, you get a used cat. Yeah, second-hand cat.
Second-hand cat, correct.
Have you ever found... Do any of these cats, like, reject you as an owner?
Not yet.
Because it must be a bit difficult. I personally have never gone shopping for cats or any kind of pet. So is it a bit hard to know whether this cat will actually get on with you before you buy it?
Correct. Yes.
How do you tell?
The cat will like you or not like you. If you go to a rehoming show and you go up to one of the cages that they're in,
yeah,
and it sort of tries to go to the other side of the cage, that's not a cat for you.
Right, or it tries to bite your face off.
Yeah, or swipe you, or etc. I mean...
But it might just be because it's stressed. It doesn't know who you are.
Oh, no, that is true as well. There are cats that get so stressed that effectively they need to be taken to the vets.
Oh.
Because
what?
Yeah, it's awful to see. You know, these
now, what do you mean by taken to the vets? You mean taken to the vets to death?
No. To get some kind of...
like a chill pill. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Do they have chill pills for cats?
They do, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's something called Feliway that works.
Feliway? I could do with a couple of pints of that myself right now, as a matter of fact.
No, don't, honestly. We rehomed a cat in our place for a very stressed cat. And it was so worried. It didn't come out from under the bed for 8 weeks.
Yeah, well, I've done that.
Yeah, so we put Feliway up, and it was the worst thing we ever did because it affected us.
Well, you're not supposed to eat it yourself.
No. It was one of those plug-ins, like the air freshener kind of things. So we plugged it in, and by 7:30 every night, we were so exhausted
Woozy.
and asleep. We couldn't understand why until we turned it off. We thought, this is meant for the cat. It's not meant for us. It took us 2 weeks to figure out that this amazing...
Wow, it took you 2 weeks to figure that out. It really was affecting you, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Like, why the hell, by 7:30 in the evening, we are feeling asleep?
Yeah, woozy, yeah. Well, it sounds like an excellent way to start the day, to me.
Yeah. Well, it depends how conscious you need to be.
Yeah,
what you
but,
do,
well, for this show, all I need to do is be
here.
All I need to do is be here, that's all.
Oh, okay, so you're fine.
Yeah. All right.
Trying to connect you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Yes, your call is important to me. Ruth in West Hampstead says, OK, Nick, you got me. Somebody left a whole plate of chips at a restaurant in Bucharest Airport, and I leant over and ate several before the waitress cleared the table. Guilty as charged. See, there's just something about chips. I think that the frying of potatoes creates drugs.
Yowza.
And you just can't resist them, can you? You can't help yourself. It's not like you'll even lean over and take somebody's steak. But you just can't stop yourself from nicking their crisps or their chips. Anything fried, the frying of potatoes creates drugs. I'm certain of it. I'll have 2 pints of lager and a packet of drugs, please. Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Jenny.
Oh, it's Liz, Nick. Hi.
Can I call you Jenny?
If you want to, Doc.
Yes,
yeah,
Jenny.
You can. Hi there. Before I go on to the flies, you were mentioning about you don't like the word prorogue.
No.
I think it comes... I'm not sure, but I think it comes from the word prerogative. Am I right?
No. Well, I wouldn't think so.
Oh, I thought it did. Anyway, never mind. Why I rang up was because the gentleman who was talking about the big flying insects, and it reminded me of when I was in the African jungle, because I worked there, and
Wait a minute. You worked in the jungle?
Yes, I was a missionary.
Oh, right.
In Uganda.
Huh.
And I think it was the rainy season.
Well, now, the way to tell, Jenny, is, was it raining?
Well, I can't remember it raining.
What?
All I can remember, I think it was. I remembered the sausage, what we called sausage flies. I don't know the correct term.
Oh, my God, that sounds horrible.
Well, if you think of Lincolnshire sausage...
so yummy.
And Harvey... Oh, no, not a Lincolnshire, because they are thin ones, aren't they? If you think of an ordinary fat sausage...
Yes. Go
and
on.
halve it lengthways, the same colour after they're cooked, these are the flies.
Oh.
That thick, and they fly, and they when they come into the house, they're blind. They are blinded by the light.
What?
So... You can...
What, blinded by the light, like Bruce Springsteen?
Yes. So all you can hear is... Can you hear me knocking? And
I hear you knocking, but you can't come in.
And they're flying into everything. and that's what you can hear, in the rainy season. These
Giant,
horrible,
fat, blind sausage flies.
Yes, and they're horrible.
Oh, my God. There's another excellent reason not to go to the jungle.
And the moths, because you were mentioning moths,
Yeah.
the moths, some of them, not all, can be the size of your hand.
Well, funny you should say that. I've mentioned this probably a lot, but I hiked down to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, which is a big mistake, huge. You don't want to do that. I mean, it's fantastic. I stay on the rim and you can see over it. Hiking down is a stupid idea, but that's what I did. This was decades ago now. And I slept halfway down, just on the ground, which is also a stupid idea because there's snakes and everything down there.
Wow.
But in the middle of the night, I slid down because it was on a slope. And so I slid down about 10 feet or so, and I woke up in the morning and I'd slid over a moth, which was then glued to the side of my face.
Oh.
It was the size of a dinner plate. I'm not kidding. It was massive.
Oh, wow.
And I was on my way down, of course, so I wouldn't be able to wash it off until I got all the way down and then all the way back up again. Horrible.
How long did it take you to get down there, Nick?
Well, 2 days to get down because we started late, and so I slept overnight halfway down, and then got up in 1 day because we just wanted to wanted some sort of like a shower would be nice.
Wow, I bet that was something you'll never forget, though. What an achievement!
I've tried to forget it, Jenny. I just can't.
Okay then, Nick.
All right, thanks a lot, Jenny. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. If you go down to the jungle today, you're in for a big surprise. Blind, fat sausage flies. I've never heard anything like it in my life. This says, for the same reason you would ask for less mashed or a smaller potato, we should ask for fewer chips, not less. Who wants fewer chips? More chips. I know what you're saying, but you should pick a better example. There's no one in the history of humankind who's ever wanted fewer chips. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for having me on again. Actually, you're talking about crisps is really annoying because I haven't got any and I'm absolutely desperate to get a packet of crisps now. But now I was wanting to talk about borders, really, and you're going to really hate me because this is going to end up with Brexit at the end of the day. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm a bit puzzled that LBC presenters quite often ask people, did you know what you were voting for? And they say, yeah, we wanted out of the customs union, we wanted out of the single market, we wanted this, we knew exactly what we were voting for, but nobody ever asks them, were you told where the border was going to be? And there is no answer to that at the end of the day, that there has to be a border. If we leave, which they want, and I appreciate their right to want to leave the EU, but if we leave, there has to be a border. Were they told where the border was going to be?
Nobody thought about this before the referendum. Not one word about the border came out of anybody's mouth before the referendum. No one thunk about it.
You're absolutely right. I've watched all the videos and nobody mentioned it.
No.
So then you ask them, do you want it across Ireland or do you want it down the Irish Sea? And then they say, well, one or the other. Either way, you either lose Northern Ireland because it'll get integrated into Ireland, or you end up with terrorism and violence and everything else.
Are those the only two options?
Make the choice as to which they want. Right. And nobody has ever asked that question. But it is such a crucial question to it all at the end of the day.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I think we got through that entire phone call without mentioning Brexit. Have I not made myself clear? Amy in Croydon says there's an area in Croydon with rare grass chalkland which attracts rare butterflies and insects and flowers. She says there are 15 friendly grazing sheep with rabbits and deer and small animals. Well, mammals. Rabbits and deer and small mammals and slow worms. Slow worms? Or aren't all worms slow? She says pheasants wander on the ground and red kites and kestrels and sparrowhawks are in the air. Really, I didn't think the red kites came over this far, because red kites are all over Berkshire. If you've been to Berkshire, they look like dinosaurs flying in the air. They are massive. And people chuck meat out onto the ground in their gardens. They just throw, bits of old meat. And these things can spot them from miles away. And when they come down, you just can't believe how huge they are. It looks like something that should be in Alaska or somewhere like that, or that would only be viewable in this country on the telly. And David Attenborough would be whispering about it. It's just incredible how massive they are, these things. Red kites. Anyway, kestrels and sparrowhawks are also in the air, says Amy. Managed by the Woodland Trust. Just got $1 million of lottery money to encourage local residents to get cash for attracting butterflies and insects. Take a peek, she says. Hutchinson's Bank CRO. What does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't actually know.
Oh, is it Croydon? Is it like postcode for Croydon? Is that what?
Maybe she's inviting you over.
Yeah, what's Hutchinson's Bank? Is that a bank where they give you money?
Hutchinson's Bank is... Oh, it's an area.
An area, so no money's involved. Oh, well, that is good. No bankers have been hurt in the making of this story. She says, let me know if you visit. I'll bring you some tea and biscuits. I will not. But thanks. This says Africa's sausage flies are actually ants. Well, it sounds like a very big ant. She says, she, or it says, in fact, these monstrous insects are the males of the common Dorylus driver ants. Oh, they drive. They fly at night to gain a chance to mate with a queen from another colony. Oh.
Disgusting.
Nobody wants to see that. Russell tweets, is the new podcast still being thwarted? Are you talking about, hey, you know what, Carol McGiffin and I have done a podcast.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think you'll find it's quite funny.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be coming out, well, I've got no idea. We've done 10 of them and we're waiting for the artwork. Oh, it's going to be like a Michelangelo. I'm hoping this month. I'll keep you posted. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? When we try to solve your problems. If you want us to try and solve your problem, then you'll have to tell us what it is, otherwise we won't know. And we've got a special email for you to send your issue to, and it's nickandcarol@global.com. nickandcarol@global.com. I thank you. Excellent story at the end of the news, by the way. A police robot which costs $70,000 told a woman to step out of the way after she tried to summon officers to break up a fight, but could not do so because the emergency buttons are not connected. What's the point of it? You could get a car for $70,000. You could get a really nice one. A police robot told a woman to step out of the way after she tried to summon officers to break up a fight. But the police robot could not do so because the emergency buttons weren't connected to anything. This was at Salt Lake Park in Huntington Park, just a few miles south of downtown Los Angeles, where the local police department is using one of the more than 70 robotic security guards created by the Silicon Valley firm Nightscope. It's the silliest thing you've ever seen in your life. Google one. It looks like a friendly Dalek. Or it looks like the nose cone of an intercontinental ballistic missile. A person called Kogo, who witnessed the fight, ran over to HP Robocop, the patrolling robot on wheels that runs a pre-programmed route through the park. I was pushing the emergency button, but it said step out of the way. It just kept ringing and ringing, and I kept pushing and pushing. And it said step out of the way.
Affirmative.
He thought that the robot, which is fitted with cameras, needed to get a visual of her face, so she crouched down and posed for the camera, but that didn't work either. And a man who was with Kobo and her 2 children in the park then dialed 911, and the police arrived in 15 minutes. But by that time, the fight had ended. One woman had to be wheeled out on a stretcher after suffering a cut on her head, and the robot continued on its way, rolling along the concrete path that slices through the park, thinking it's doing a tremendous job.
Affirmative.
Somebody should fit it with a gun. I mean, after all, what could possibly go wrong? Hartford. Hello, Teresa.
Hello.
Wow, you're loud.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so pleased to speak to you. You just make me laugh so much.
Thanks, Teresa.
I've got a packet of Golden Wonder cheese and onion
Oh,
crisps.
so yummy.
Golden Wonder. They're not Walkers, they're Golden Wonder.
Yeah, without mentioning any brand names, Golden Wonder, you say?
Oh, no, am I not allowed to do that? Oh, God, I'm so sorry. But no, we're going back to the cats. I have got...
By the way, talking about cheese and onion crisps, by the way.
Yes.
Back in when I were a lad, at school, you only had a choice of 3 different flavours. You had
plain,
ready salted,
Boring,
or
salt and
vinegar, which was very, very nice, or quite exotic actually for the time, cheese and onion. And there's something about cheese and onion crisps and small boys that created a certain aroma.
I know a lot about wind.
It was like silent but violent.
Right, okay.
It could clear a room, Teresa.
Right, yes, but they are delicious.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah. But I was going on about the cats.
Who smelt it, dealt it, is what I heard. But anyway, go on.
No, you were talking about the cats earlier, and I have got a black, well, she's more or less black, a little bit of tortoiseshell, but she's black. And she looks at me so evil sometimes, as though she's going to attack me.
Yeah, she hates you.
Do you think so? No, she doesn't, because she gives me head massages at night and everything. So
yeah. What do you mean she looks at you like she's going to attack you?
Well, just with these wide eyes and just like, she's just going to... I'm going to kill you, you know?
Everything you've done for that pussycat.
No, yes, I know. And if she looks at me and I just think, if you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to pounce. Right. And she does.
Now, claws out or in?
Claws out, but I have them trimmed.
Why do cats... You know when a cat is you're feeling, I don't know, it's feeling very, very content, and it will sit on you, and then it will do that thing with its claws.
No, she doesn't sit on me. She never sits on me.
Well, when cats do sit on you, they have that thing where they, I don't know I've got no idea what it's doing, but it gets its claws out and it just starts. It's almost like it's massaging you with its claws, and it's absolutely excruciating. Why do they do that?
I don't know. They just I don't know. She'll sit in my arms and she'll walk around in my arms, but she will not sit on my lap, and then she'll just bite.
Bite?
Yes, bite.
Right.
But she is quite lovely.
I blame the owner.
So it's my fault.
I think so, yeah.
Despite the fact that I give her the best food, the best treatment, and the best care in the world.
Right. Well, she's still not satisfied, but that's cats for you.
Still not happy. I should have got a dog.
Well, yeah. Well, dogs aren't remotely as smart, and they'll just love you, regardless of what you do to it.
No, well, I'll agree with you there, because I think cats are a little bit smarter than dogs.
Way smarter, yeah.
Way smarter. She is way smarter, but she is lovely.
Well, I mean, if you let a cat out, then it will go and amuse itself. Probably steal or get the neighbours to feed it. Go and sleep in their living room and, get all the love and affection it wants from other people and then come back to you and you can feed it as well. That's how smart a cat is. Whereas if you let a dog out, it'll just run to the horizon and keep on going. You'll never see it again.
I know. That's why they're so clever.
Well, try and be a little more attentive to its needs, Teresa, for crying out loud.
Attentive to his needs. Oh, my goodness me. I've been to the vets with her this week. She's had her nails trimmed.
Well, I mean, cats are quite smart, but they can't go to the vets on their own. I mean...
No, do you know what? Taking a cat to the vet is one of the most stressful things you can do.
I can imagine.
Because you have to get it in the box.
Yeah, and then they start giving that low wow, that thing that you never hear at any other time.
No, and she's actually quite a good traveller, so I'm quite lucky like that. But it's just the most stressful thing, apart from divorce and moving house, is taking a cat to the vet.
Right. Okay. Well, let's hope it doesn't you don't have a repeat anytime soon. All right. Thanks, Teresa. 0345 6060 973. This says, I'm in the middle of nowhere and there are hardly any bugs on my car. They've all gone to the EU. Blooming freedom of movement. This says, I've come to your rescue, Nick. I've ordered 2 Steve Allen tea towels. When I receive them, I will send one to you at LBC. Do you think Donald Trump would like the other one? Absolutely. Yeah, but don't put a return address on it, though, because, the authorities may like to give you a visit to death. Don't send the President of the United States any packages. Just don't do that. Ever. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Bridgend. Bunny.
Hi, Nick.
How you doing? Now, is your name Bunny?
No, it's really Lisa.
Lisa.
But I like to call myself Bunny. That's in my email.
Because
I'm
on my screen it's got Bummy. B-U-M-M. Bummy.
No. Really? No, B-U-N-N.
N-Y, yeah. Well, why is it Bummy? I've got Bummy on my screen.
Disgusting.
Anyway, I'll call you Lisa, if you don't mind.
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello, Nicholas. I'd just like to say I'm a long-time fan, first-time caller.
Ah, welcome along.
And I would like to talk to you about black cats.
Yes.
And cockchafer beetles.
Right.
Now, black cats, they're very, very lucky. I've had only one, luckily. In my 9 cats that I've had one black cat, and she was adorable. And she was very docile. She was very elegant. And I don't understand why people can't accept black cats.
Because they're obsessed with putting pictures of themselves on the internet, and then they want to show off their pets, and black cats don't show up in photos.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I've never taken a selfie in my life. I'm 46 years old.
I don't think I have either. Who the hell wants to see a picture of me?
Exactly.
What?
I think you're wonderful. I think you've got a lovely photo, and I would happily have you as my background on my computer.
Oh, well, that's stretching it. That's going way too far.
Well, I know that, but I'm a big fan. Can I just say, I'm just a big fan.
Well, that's nice.
I've listened to you.
How big are you?
1993.
I mean, approximately, around. 6 feet, something like that?
No, I'm only 5'4" 3/4.
What, sideways?
3/4 is important.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, I know I'm a little bit short, and I'm a little redhead, but I've been listening to you, and I've got tapes of you, cassette tapes, from 1993.
But do you have a cassette player anymore?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? Right, okay. Well.
Yes, and I do listen to you in my kitchen when I'm cooking.
Right. It's a bit late to be cooking, ain't it?
Oh, no, not this time of night, no.
Oh, okay.
I haven't had dinner at the moment, so yes, I'll have dinner later on.
Later?
But, no, yes, I haven't had dinner yet. I'm housebound at the moment, you see. Bit like Annie from Carnforth.
Right.
I'm the housebound, so
But
what I do
it's
is
still a bit late to eat, isn't it?
Yeah, I know that, Nick, but the thing is, I don't get up till about 6 of the evening,
Oh, okay.
and this is my sort of afternoon,
Right.
so I have dinner a little bit later.
Right.
Anyway, back
Yes.
to black cats. I think they're wonderful, and I think everybody on your show should go out and get a black cat because they're absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, take one from a shelter. Don't go out and buy a
Yes.
new one. Get a used
no,
one.
Rescue cats.
Yeah.
Rescue dogs, rescue cats. That's all I ask.
Second-hand pets, exactly.
Oh, no, don't call them second-hand.
Oh,
No,
they
that's
are.
mean.
They're slightly
Oh.
used, that's all.
No, there's my parrot in the background.
Oh, blimey.
I've got a little Senegal parrot.
a
Yes, he's a
menagerie over at your place.
No. No, at the moment, I've only got a dog and a parrot.
Right, that's
But
a
I've had
strange combination. How do they get on, by the way?
The parrot's in charge, as you can hear.
Yes.
And the dog is, he's the Worcester to my Jeeves.
Right.
So he's Jeeves and I'm Worcester, and I have to obey
Or-
by everything they say.
And I apologise for this in advance, but he could be your woofter.
Yeah, that's it. He's the Worcester, and I'm Jeeves.
Yeah, but not Worcester, woofter. This says, for the same reason... Oh, no, I've read that. This is about chips. Stop talking about chips. It just makes me want chips. Mind you, I don't think there's a moment in the day or night that I don't want chips. Len says, the referendum election... Wait a minute. Is this concerning the B word? Sounds like a Brexit communication.
Oh, no.
So I'll skip over that one. Jeremy says, if I was a black cat, I wouldn't want a cretinous owner who takes selfies all day. Look at it from their perspective. Well, that's a good point. Andrew in Chelsea says, Nick, the Irish... Oh, this is about the wider Irish... what's with the river dance thing, where they all dance with their arms stapled to their sides? And he says, and this is offensive, so I apologise beforehand. He says, Nick, the Irish wear out their biceps lifting pints of Guinness all night, hence they cannot lift their arms while dancing. See? Offensive.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
I apologise. Worthing, hello, Joe.
Hi there.
Joe.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. So, sorry, I just I'm in stitches because I do often tune in, so it's nice to be here with you. And I just kind of wanted to comment on the topic of the black cat.
Yeah.
The black cat, he's there at the end of the bed, and he does give you the evil eye. There's something not right about those guys. I don't know quite what it is.
Well, it might be you. Did you think of that?
Possibility, but seriously, what else does he want me to roll out for him? A red carpet so that he can scratch it to pieces? I just don't know.
Yeah.
You give the black cat everything he wants, and he still looks at you like, you just tried to feed me poison, haven't you? No.
Well, you see, if the cat gave you the impression that you're doing an excellent job, then you'd start to slack off, Joe. See?
Thing is, it's an inheritance.
It's got to keep you on your toes.
Why? I'm on my toes all the bloody time. I don't need a cat to tell me how to do it. But I do. I adore him because he's just a little feline.
Yeah.
You know. But
Well, that's the thing with cats; they're mostly feline.
well, they mostly are. Yeah. Mostly, from what I've heard.
Right.
So yeah. So anyway, that's my inheritance. I got him from my late auntie. So it's my job. It's my job to see him through to his passing.
Yeah.
But he really is an absolute one. So there he is. He's doing the look again. Doing it. He knows I'm talking about him.
Well, you obviously are I don't know, you're slacking off in some way or other, Joe. You seriously want to take a look at yourself?
No, not at all. Not in the slightest. I absolutely worship him like a prince.
then.
I properly do. But he was brought up completely wrong.
Yeah.
And he was handed over to me damaged goods. So, what are you going to do?
If you say so. All right. Thanks a lot, Joe.
I know so. I know
Okay, then. All right. Thanks, Joe. 0345 6060 973. Patrick in Guildford says, you're forgetting blue bottle flies. These bad boys do figure of 8 laps just to get enough speed to smash through your death bat. Then once you're beat, they'll give you the finger on the way out the open window through which they could easily have left from the start. They're so stupid, flies. And by the way, the death bat doesn't actually kill them. It just stuns them. They just bounce off, fall to the ground on their backs, and then sit there thinking about it for a bit. You think you've killed it. Oh, no. After a couple of minutes or so, it gets up and starts bashing its face on the window again. Morons. Franz says, could you please write your book in time for Christmas? I write your funny stuff down and listen to you on the radio and I'll laugh all over again in the morning, she says on the M25. Well, I think that message is quite old now, but she's still probably stuck in traffic on the M25. Due to morons, no doubt. I'll try and write my book before Christmas. Actually, I can't imagine that happening, but I should do. There's no reason why I shouldn't. It's not. I've got acres of time and nothing to do. Croydon. Hello, Valerie.
Hello. Is that Nick?
Yes, Valerie.
Yes. I was asked by my son a few years ago to take care and come and cat sit for a weekend whilst they went away. Well, I arrived on Friday. I didn't see the cats. The couple took off, and I went to bed fine, got up in the morning, and all I had to do was to slip the food into the kitchen, and then it opened the door, and the cat was out and about in the house. I didn't see it all the next day, but in the evening of the Sunday evening before they came home, I just had a shower. I settled on the couch with just a towel and a blanket round me, and I was watching television. And as I lay there on the couch, I suddenly heard this. And I thought, whatever's that? And knowing I was in the house on my own, and then again I heard. I thought, crumbs, it must be that cat. I'd no sooner thought that, and it came bounding round to the front of me. It stood about 2 feet away from me. Its ears went back. It was swearing and spitting, and its claws were out. And I thought, I was absolutely petrified. I didn't know what to do. So I rang my daughter the other side of the country, and I said, I don't know what to do. So she said, Mummy, get a magazine or a paper and bang it as loudly as you can. Well, as it's a Barrett house, there was a staircase going up the centre of the house. So I'm banging this away. Fortunately, the cat rushed upstairs, and she said, and I, as her instructions, I opened the door and shot it in the shower. Eventually, I started putting food in. I then got its box, and I thought, that thing isn't coming out again. And I shut it, and I said to myself, he said, but he's never done that with anybody else. Now, I love cats, and we've always had cats, but this was terrible. It obviously was very upset because I was there, and the people and my son wasn't there.
Well, it was probably upset because you were still in your, you were sitting there in the evening, and you hadn't actually taken the trouble to dress yourself.
No, of course not. Anyway, whatever it was vicious. But you know, I've had wonderful cats all of my life. My last one I had put to sleep 10 days before her 20th birthday.
Oh.
And she finished up with no sight, no hearing. She was completely deaf, and she had lost, when she was young, one of her eyes. So she was a real old lady, and I'm living in a flat nowadays. So she was quite happy to settle down and not go out to be an indoor cat. But having said that, I would pull a blanket out. I was waiting for back surgery, so I got a blanket and I was sleeping on a recliner chair. Every time I pulled the blanket over at night, the cat knew that was her reason to come up on my lap, and she'd sleep on my tummy overnight. Now, in the morning, when if it started getting light, she would tap, no claws out, tap my cheek as much, say, come on, mother, wake up, wake up. But, of course, and if I ignored that, she'd rub her nose round my nose until I moved.
Yeah.
You see, they're all so different, but if they're feral, look out.
Yeah, lock them in the shower. Exactly. Excellent tip.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Valerie.
Okay.
Cheers, my dear.